for myself to appear. See, now it's like showing up all dark. How does it look so bad now again? I don't know why it looks so bad. My video, like, it was looking fine for a minute there before. Now I'm really, really, my coloring is real weird.
It looks like you're a bit in the dark there.
I am, but it was just like showing up really good before.
People think you're making a mistake not having the sound on.
People are not hearing my voice or what?
Well, someone said no sound. Aaron Welsh thinks it was a cool effect.
Oh, yeah? Well,
I think it looks kind of cool. I mean, you're in low light, so
okay.
It looks about what you would expect low light to be like.
Yeah, but it was just looking okay until I walked away. I don't know if I hit something and changed something. I think I know what I might be doing. Maybe it's that. No. It was looking real good before, but now it's. I cannot dial this webcam in the way that I used to be able to. I don't know why.
I think it looks good. I mean,
I'm red.
You've got like I mean, it looks cool.
Okay. Well, there is no game audio. I turned it off.
It's like a smoke monster stream.
Yeah, I guess that is true.
There's nothing wrong with that look.
It's just interesting because I was not this color before. Unless, here, this might be it. Maybe this will fix it. I can make it more blue. There it is. It was like the auto white balance for some reason. It was going nuts, I guess.
Oh, well, see, you gotta have all manual settings on, man. You gotta go all.
I can make
manual.
Myself real blue. I mean, this is probably more appropriate because this is like what color it really is in here.
That's probably why it was overcompensated.
Exactly. That is exactly why. Let me see if I can brighten it up. I apologize for doing this. I have no idea where my day went. You ever have one of those days? Every day? Yeah. So I just I didn't realize it was 20 minutes before the stream until it was 20 minutes before the stream. All right.
Well, we're about to play a very relaxing game.
Yes.
I, for one, am.
Well, that looks pretty good. You think does the coloring look pretty good now? I think it looks good.
Yeah, I think it looks good.
All right.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to just chilling, watching some Yoshi's Island tonight because I am wore out. I have given about all I have to give on Analog Frontiers 2 at this point, and thankfully, I only have to give a little more because there's only about like 4 to 5 more shots to fill in, and the credits, and a few audio tweaks.
Mm-hmm. But it's I mean it's basically there. It will see release this week.
100%.
Yes. Everyone should gear up because there will be 2 videos this week.
That's right.
I have this Evercade video that should have been out a long time ago that I got stuck. I mean I didn't get stuck. I chose to do the sharp scale video first because I thought it was more what people would want to see from us. Mm-hmm. And they ended up taking longer than I expected, so I just pushed this Evercade thing off like longer than I expected to. But I think the Evercade videos will be all right, but it's gonna release really, really close to Analog Frontiers 2. I think that's just the way to do it because I don't think a lot of people are going to be super excited to see the Evercade video at this point.
But you never know. People always want to hear our take on those types of devices.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's been a little while. So damn it, try. Seriously. that's like the extent that I get mad. I'm like, really? Are you kidding me right now? Are you? Nah. I mean, nobody wants to hear me like my dad yelling voice, but in public, that's as mad as I'll get, I think. Thanks, Ben Brody.
There was also $2 from Vanessaria saying, whoops, it just scrolled up.
Saying, hope everyone has been well. It's MLiG time.
It is.
Oh, come on, Try. Come on. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people are going to be excited to see the Evercade video. So it's just, I'm going to release it very, very close to. We want to release it really close to Analog Frontiers because that's, you know, if if people are annoyed like this video, then at least they have something big like right on the tail of it. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. But it's both of them are going to release this week. Yes,
both 100%. Like both will be out by Friday.
Yes, I mean I'm anticipating the Evercade will probably be on Tuesday. I'm guessing I have to do it. I have to finish it up probably tomorrow.
And that's probably when Analog Frontiers 2 will be like officially locked.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait a day or two, and then
I think a lot of it directly relies on the response to the Evercade video. If it like this does surprisingly well, we'll give a little bit of breathing room. But if it's like it does like Final Fantasy VII remake numbers or Trials of Mana numbers, we'll be like, all right, let's release it now because it's not gonna help out at all.
I saw there was also $5 from Chris saying "Baby Cry intensifies." Also, sup guys, how you doing? I just got the Retro Access N64S video cables and they look amazing. I'm happy I got them.
Oh,
nice. Did you end up getting some of those? I forget.
No, but I really should.
I wish I had some too. I mean, I've got like 3 sets of GameCube monster cables. I mean, obviously they work on SNES and N64 as well, but it's just that they're purple, you know, to match the GameCube. They were branded GameCube. They're really long, but I mean they're pretty good. But I kind of have a feeling the Retro Access ones are probably a little better. In certain circumstances, I have seen like some noise moving through them, but who knows? It could have been something else. It's usually not noticeable, but they're pretty good. I mean, they're about as good as I've got. I've got some cheaper ones that I used to think were just as good, but not quite.
I see Wesley Williams is saying you guys should play Pokemon Snap for N64 one day. I think I went into a couple months ago where I explained how I found Pokemon Snap at Goodwill like a couple of years ago, and I never really played it. And my kids are really into Pokemon right now, and we just had the best time playing through Pokemon Snap. And for that reason, I think that I will be getting the sequel on the first day. Which is like, it's not really of interest to me, but it was a great experience with them. It was a great experience for them. So I gotta say that I have not played through this version completely. I maybe played like a world or two. I played it on the Game Boy Advance. Actually, I didn't even play it on the actual Game Boy Advance. I played it on what is it? Like it was one of the Ambassador games for the 3DS.
Oh, wow.
And that's how I played it. So hopefully this will be a little bit more playable. I played it on the subway, so there's like I didn't really hear any music or any of the baby crying or anything. So.
Oh, I mean, are you at least familiar with the music?
Sorta.
I mean, geez. I love the boss music. Like there's like different boss music for the level 4 boss, and then the level 8 boss of each world is different.
So you'll notice when I get into the game here that I put a new battery in this last year. So I'm going to commit my save for the first time. So
nice. I saw a bit up in the chat. Dryerland asked, "You guys still play Atari?" And no, not really, but I do want to do more with the Atari stuff that I have. I actually opened my Atari as part of Analog Frontiers Part 2. And man, there was
filthy.
It was filthy. There's dust in it that's possibly older than I am.
Probably not as old as me though.
It's hard to say. But turned out I guess I've got what they call a heavy sixer, which I know like that's like kind of like the sought after Atari among Atari fans, although I don't know if it was like debunked that there's actually no particular advantage to those, but maybe there is, I don't know. But it was
okay. So, what are the controller options? Isn't there different controller options for this?
It's just so the only difference you hit the A button, you by default you just tap it and then the cursor starts moving, and then you hit A to throw again. And also you can hit the R button
to stop it.
Why does my phone think I'm talking to it? You hit R to like stop the cursor if you wanna lock it in place. Hasty is you hold the button and then release the throw, and I've never liked that.
Yeah, I don't really like the idea of that. At least right now. If I was faster at the game, probably. I'm sure that's how the speedrunners play.
What I was saying earlier about the Atari, I didn't realize that the RF cable is just like it's just it is an RCA cable plugged into a female RCA jack inside the Atari.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you just like, you don't even have to like solder anything to replace it. So I could, in theory, replace that with just a regular RCA cable sometime. I briefly tried it using sort of a jerry-rigged adapter, and it didn't work, but I'd like to try it with like a better cable and see if I could actually get it to work, because I've never gotten a picture out of that Atari. I mean, I don't even know for sure that it works, but I like to think that it could. But that's the problem with some of those consoles, especially the ones that don't have like power LEDs. You know, you just don't know if
they're working.
If they're even like, is it the power supply? Is it the system? Is it the video cable? You know?
Yeah. I saw there was a donation from Craig.
Yeah, there was a $4.99 from Sean Quinn saying
Sean
Joe
Quinn. I thought it was right. I think it was all right.
It was Joe at GameSag just did a video on the Mega EverDrive Pro. Did you guys have one for review? And if so, first impressions.
We do not. We do not have one for review. We might be getting one in the future. But we were not contacted by Crix to do a video or anything on it. I feel like I need to shoot something inside this, don't I?
Yeah, an egg just needs to land squarely in the center. You can usually do it by ricochet.
Right, that's what I've been trying to do. I'm not very good at it.
I mean, all it does is give you 5 stars, which, you know, is your Baby Mario time meter.
Right. I'm trying to get it in. I can't get it in there. This is so stupid.
I mean,
how hard can this be?
Ricocheting eggs is a skill you need to learn in this game. I feel. It's pretty critical. I mean, I guess I forgot what it was like to have to learn it.
Yeah, it's just been a long time.
This game is such a unique use of the Super FX, you know?
Yes, very much so.
Like it's really cool to see it put to use in a 2D game.
But I'm hoping to do an EverDrive update video, which will just have, ideally, I'll have everything that's happened in the world of EverDrives since the EverDrive video that I've done. So it's gonna cover like all the newest versions of stuff. I contacted Stone Age Gamer and they sent some stuff, like the stuff that I didn't have. Like there's ones that I had purchased, like the Master System X7, but then there's other ones that were sent over to us. And hopefully, I mean, the Mega EverDrive Pro will be part of that. As soon as Stone Age gets it or something.
I see Adam Jenkins saying, I thought Tri said this was supposed to be a relaxing stream, and I do have to admit it was oddly not relaxing watching you try to ricochet that out.
Well, you better get used to it. I mean, you said you could finish this in a single stream easy, but
well, yeah, but you're like hunting stuff down. Like I wouldn't be doing that,
right?
You know?
Yeah, well, maybe I don't need to do that. But I mean,
there's a few levels where you kind of have to explore and find like hidden exits and stuff, but you know, if I was just replaying the game, I wouldn't be exploring.
Right.
Although I generally know where stuff is. I mean, there's some levels I don't know very well, but I also saw Evan Manning in the chat was saying, you guys have any plans to do a review on IPS Game Boy screens? And very much yes. In fact, Analog Frontiers 2 would probably be done right now if it if it weren't for my attempts yesterday. That has been like a project that I've only become interested in the past 2 or 3 weeks, and like I've been very haphazard about how I've approached buying the supplies for it.
Yeah.
And so like
because John Lemon kind of convinced you to get it and then you ended up doing it on a whim.
Yeah, and so I was like, you know what? I'm going to do DMG, I'm going to do Game Boy Color, and I'm going to do Game Boy Advance. I'm just going to do them all. Well, I had to wait longer to get the GBA and Game Boy Color screens, and the Game Boy Advance SP screen was sent instead of the GBC screen. So I'm going to have to wait for that. I later decided that instead of like, I decided to get pre-fitted shells, and so that ended up being a separate order. And then for some reason, I thought I had ordered the 3D printed mounting bracket, which you don't have to do. Like the default method is just taping it.
But you didn't. You got a clear case and you didn't want anybody to be able to see it, right? Or you don't want it to show up on video, probably.
I was like, oh, you'll be able to see the tape in the clear case. And I also like just kind of chickened out about fixing it because like apparently, you know, if you don't get it right and you try to remove it from the tape, you will destroy the screen.
Well, that would be not good. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So I almost did it. Like I have like the mod is like half done. But I kind of just like chickened out at the last minute. And was like, I need that bracket. But the thing was, I thought I had ordered one. Because like I was looking at a bunch of websites and I had it in my basket at one website and it turned out I didn't complete the order. So it's been a bit of a mess. And then I was like, well, okay, I couldn't. So I did order, and I'll have it this week. I ordered the the 3D print bracket. And I did turn the screen on. I mean, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
But I just wasn't able to finish.
And I was gonna get one of the pocket ones, but I just have not done it yet.
Right. And so then I was going to do the Game Boy Advance one, and I was already feeling like kind of discouraged at that point, just because I wasn't able to finish the DMG one. And then, like, to be honest, the Game Boy Advance I was trying to use, I don't remember if I ever tested it. It had a little bit of battery corrosion, like not the worst, but a little bit. And I tried to clean it off a bit, but I already had it apart at this point. So I'd never tested it with its original screen. And I was having trouble getting it to turn on. And I think in part was that sort of part way together method. The part way together method that I had putting the batteries in, like I think they weren't making good contact, so there was that. And sometimes when I had a hard time figuring out like which way to plug in the ribbon cable. I mean, I was looking at guides online, but it was still like hard to wrap my head around, especially because the GBA one comes with I think it's a 32 pin and a 40 pin or something like that. You know, the different size connectors that the system might have.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was kind of hard to tell like which way is up and so forth. And then I thought I had it right, but I never saw the screen come on. And in certain orientations, the speaker wouldn't even ding. So I was really confused, and I also realized, there's supposed to be there's a bracket for this too. I should probably get that. So yeah, I was like super bummed out yesterday. Like I felt like up until like 4 o'clock, I spent like the whole day almost trying to make this work. And then
Don't you hate it when that happens? I mean, you spend all this time working on something, and
it's just
most of it you actually spend trying to just make it work.
Yes. You're like I can't back out. Like I have to make this happen.
Yeah.
And
then some people are good, I think, at being able to say like, all right, and just moving on. But I cannot do that.
Yeah. And I was just I just had this really down funk that I just couldn't shake for the longest time. But I'll be sure this story has a happy ending because I'm determined to make a video about it. I don't think though. I mean, there might be some like, hey, here are some, make sure you buy all these different things. Here are maybe some little tips that maybe I got confused about this or that. But overall, I don't think it's going to be like an installation tutorial per se. It's more going to be like, like, do you want this? And how does the screen actually look compared to this or that?
It's tougher than it looks. Throwing back and forth here.
I saw a bit further up, Paul Bergkamp asked, what's everyone's favorite color Yoshi? Now I saw Cameron Mathis said, my favorite was light blue Yoshi, like the one he's playing, which also happens to be the color of Cameron Mathis's avatar.
I like traditional green. I gotta say.
Yeah, I like the traditional green too. I always thought it was interesting that light blue and brown Yoshis always get the dirty work. That's what I always know.
You spent a lot of time thinking about the lore and the world of Marc.
I'm sure. I don't know if I would consider that part of it, but it's just like I feel like blue Yoshi and brown Yoshi always get like the cave levels.
Oh, but it's random though, isn't it?
No, every Yoshi is in order. Like every world has Yoshis in the same order, with the exception of the last world. So the order is always green, red, light blue, yellow. I think it's like pink. It's either pink or brown next. I forget which one is 6 and which is 7 between pink and brown.
Oh, okay.
But then, like, the last one is like dark blue. It's always dark blue in like the printed artwork, but on CRT, I always thought it kind of looked dark purple. There's like 2 that are kind of reddish colored. So it's, and again, like, in part, it might just be an NTSC weirdness thing. Like, it was always hard to determine like what color. I think the artwork, it was like red and then pink, but I don't know.
Someone was asking what I'm playing this on. They said, "Are you playing on an emulator or on a Super NT?" And I'm actually playing this on a 1-chip Super NES on the OSSC.
Is this one a stock 1-chip or is it
a stock 1-chip
mod? Okay, so it's using just a regular RGB cable.
Yes.
See, it doesn't look over bright, like, you know, if you didn't know, honestly.
Right. So I went to had to run some errands yesterday, and I'm stopping at Home Depot, so I got some more shelves for my game console shelf, which was pretty set, but I realized I had some room where I could add some sub shelves. Like,
wait, where'd you say you went?
Home Depot.
Oh, okay.
And I got some shorter shelves that are in between the main shelving unit where my consoles are set up. And what I'm using those for is for like extra consoles that I have, like different variants. So if I wanted to swap things out, I can just pull it out, and then put this in its place. So I don't have to have them hooked up or anything like that, but I can easily just swap consoles that I have hooked up for other versions if I needed to. Like if I wanted to play one of my Saturn discs, I could pull out the Saturn I have in my setup and just slide this other one in place.
That's nice.
Yeah. And I was measuring things for when new systems come out to see where they're going to fit, and I think that it's just going to have to be to have them both on their sides. Like I looked up to make sure that the Xbox Series X can lay on its side as well. So.
Okay. Well, see, for me, I think they're both going to have to be vertical. I was really hoping the PS5 could go horizontal, before it was unveiled. And I saw it and I'm like, ugh, it almost looks like it's not even meant, even though it has a stand for horizontal. It almost looks like they don't want you to put it horizontal.
Well, even still, it's way too tall to be able to fit in between these shelves. That's just the way it is. So they're gonna have to go sideways.
Jenkins was asking, how many systems do you have in your setup right now? Like, how many actually plugged in?
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So you sort of have to hit those buckets at a steep angle so that they spin around instead of like just knock off the hook.
Yeah. Hang on a second. I'm counting now. It's like. I think like 28. It's ridiculous, but oh jeez. I've been flattened.
Oh, we got $2. Thank you from
I'm borderline.
I'm bored. You're better at reading than I am. So y'all are awesome. RGB Masterclass vids are my crack. Well,
thanks for
we need to get a lot more of them out there because we just realized that sharp scale video was the first one in quite a long time.
An embarrassing amount of time.
I like to think that Analog Frontiers is like the documentary version of RGB Masterclass.
Mm-hmm.
But by the way, those explode into more stars if you ground pound them. I think they drop 5 if you pound them. I think it's how it works. Let me think about how many. I mean, in my setup, like right now,
come on.
A few things are disconnected because I was shooting B-roll of them. Oh, I wasn't talking about ground pounding the stars. I'm talking about ground pounding like the jumping guys. Oh no!
I feel like I'm playing too conservatively at this. So I'm gonna move a little faster.
For some reason, I thought they dropped more stars if you. I don't know why I thought that. But yeah, let's see. Like a few things are disconnected technically because I was shooting B-roll of them.
Yeah, but let's not.
Yeah, let's not. The things that are normally connected. I'll start with this room, which this is just my HDMI room. Okay. I mean, you gotta keep in mind there are some duplicate consoles hooked up.
Is it possible to stop aiming once you? Oh, I guess it is.
Oh wait, well before I get into my consoles, I saw that there was $4.99 from Paul Sutton saying y'all literally playing Babby games.
That's all we do. That's all we do on this stream.
You know, like I always thought that it was like Nintendo of America must have dreaded having to market this game. Because like I think in Japan like people don't have like they aren't worried about how manly they are if they decide I want to play a cute and colorful looking game, whereas Americans are very insecure about that kind of thing. But that video, that VHS tape, they were all going like, crazy camera, trying to make it look all hard rocking and stuff. And it's like, dude, it's Yoshi's Island. Just accept it and own it.
Yeah, but I mean, that was harder at the time, I think.
It was hard at the time. Sure.
I gotta remember I can use my tongue.
There was also $9.99 from Eric Schulzler.
Thank you.
It says, hey guys, I'm 23 and only used a CRT for the first 8 years of my life. Just got a D-series JVC and the picture expands and contracts depending on the brightness of the scene on display. Why is this? That is normal. You'll see it more on like
you'll hear buzzing too when it gets real bright, right?
That can happen. I don't think he said that,
okay.
But
I mean, I had TVs to get.
And it contracts depending on the brightness of the scene. That is very normal,
right?
Especially on like consumer sets. It's not really something I notice on PVMs really, but it's just the analog nature of it. There's more voltage or whatever. I mean, I'm not I'm not a tech guy, so I'm not sure if I'm saying the right thing by saying voltage, but there's more stuff going through the cable when it's brighter, and that has an impact on the result, and that particular device's tolerance for variation in the signal. And that's actually I kind of thought about reshooting it, but I really liked the comparison anyway. There's a comparison of the Ninja Warriors Super Nintendo character select screen. There's a comparison against a PVM consumer CRT and an emulation CRT filter, and you can actually see on the consumer shot, and I didn't realize it until I'd already edited it. The fact that it's always blinking on off the sort of bright white border around the character you have chosen, and even though I framed it up so you didn't see the blinking part, it still has a bit of an effect, especially in the top part of the screen there. So that's just how it is. I wouldn't worry about it. Just kind of accept it as a natural part of the analoginess of it. But it does happen. Pretty normal. And then I saw $2 from Chris saying, I think a couple RGB vids need some updates as well. I mean, we're not planning to here's a new RGB 205 or whatever.
Yeah, we're not going to replace anything.
Even though I'm embarrassed by the old ones. If I am going to do an update about N64 or PlayStation, whatever, it's just going to be a 300 level video.
Yeah.
That
like we did with the GameCube one.
Right.
That is the overall plan.
Yeah. So the GameCube one, I mean, I thought that was a better video than the original GameCube video ever was anyway, Yeah.
And there was another one.
Oh, they're going crazy.
Another.
There was 999. Thank you. From Bill Russell. Saying, any chance for an updated gaming setup and studio tour video? Really enjoyed the Trials of Mana discussion video, by the way. Well, we're glad one person. I mean, no one really. I mean, maybe
no one's asking for that.
Yeah,
from us. That was more just because
we just wanted to do it. We were excited about the game and we wanted to talk about it. But yeah, there will be new studio tour videos because our setups have changed quite drastically. I mean, honestly, you could probably do that pretty soon.
Yeah, but I have several things I need to do first.
Yeah, things you consider a priority, but still,
yes. I mean, that's
we're going to do separate videos.
Yes, this time we're going to be separate because,
and they probably won't be released around the same time or anything. I'll probably end up doing mine probably much later in the year, but I think it will come this year. And I think it'll be a lot of fun because it's a very different setup. I mean, I built a whole new room for it. It was an unfinished room. So.
And I live in a different house now, and I'm not sure if mine is going to seem any more exciting or less exciting than the old one because it's roughly the same size, but it's one big room or one, I guess, long room, honestly. And I'll be interested to see if people think it's not as good or if it's better than before. Because I feel that I like my setup here a lot more than I like my old one. And I like my old one a lot, but I like this one because it's very, very efficient for what I wanted to do. I designed it that way.
We also got £5 from RJ Nash. It says, my wife loves you guys. Could I request a quick shout out to her, please? Name is Sweets. Love your work. All the best. well, thank you, RJ and Sweets.
Thank you.
We always appreciate that. Don't know why people enjoy it sometimes, but we do what we can. Man, y'all aren't giving me breathing room here.
I'll tell you, like, the Mario games get people excited. It seems
Yeah,
like.
that's true. There's $5 from David Denuzio,
Denuzio, I assume.
Thank you. Saying, hi guys, you hear any updates on Analog Pocket? My guess would be fall. Wonder if the pandemic delayed a possible summer launch. Yeah, I wonder what it would have been. I kind of don't think it would have been like spring necessarily, because didn't they start taking pre-orders for Super NT and Mega SG like around like October of each of those years?
I do not even remember.
Or maybe that was just when they announced it. I don't remember if they were taking pre-orders at that time. But regardless, I don't think it would have been as early in the year as I was originally thinking, like, oh, I bet it's going to be like March or April. But I kind of suspect that it was never going to be that. But no, I haven't heard anything. But I definitely look forward to it. I think it's going to be. I think that's all the more reason that we need to have these IPS screens for the Game Boy,
Yes.
Because those would kind of be expected to be compared against it at this point, I think.
Yeah.
And also, 10 from good old Adam Jenkins.
Thank you.
Thank you. Saying, cheers to Coury having 28 consoles, because now I can still justify my growing setup to the wife with, well, Coury from MLiG has 28, so there's that. Maybe Try can help too. Well, see, the thing is, I've got here, before I go to the next one, I'm going to try to see if I can go through my head of what all I've got hooked up, because I've got a lot of redundant consoles hooked up.
Well, I do too. I mean, actually, now that you think about it, now you say that, like, I realize that I hooked up a second PS2 that I did not count the other day. That is just is on top of my PS2 Fat.
Yeah. Well,
so it's technically 29. Yes.
I'd obviously, like, I wouldn't if it weren't for the fact that we do a YouTube show and people expect us to, like, compare video quality and stuff. But so down here, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I guess we'll say 12, maybe more if you count like the mini consoles that can be kind of swapped in and out. I'm not going.
I didn't count. I don't have any.
I'll say
consoles.
12, and that does include.
But I counted like my analog consoles. I did not count my Mister though.
Oh, and I missed the PS TV because it's so tiny. So 13 down here. So that's all like the native HDMI consoles plus like Super NT, Mega SG, and then modded consoles. That includes High Def NES, Ultra HDMI, a GameCube with a Carby, GBA consolizer. So those kinds of things. So I guess we'll say 13 down here. Upstairs in the main setup, which is RGB and component, all RGB and component, is Famicom, NES, Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, Wii, Master System, Genesis, Saturn, Dreamcast, Mister, I guess if you want to count Mister, PS1, PS2, Xbox, Neo Geo. That's 15 in the main setup. And then there's the side setup where I have a bunch of stuff hooked up with like HD Retrovision cables, composite cables, and S-video cables. Just because? Question mark. Which is there is an NES, a PS1, a PS2, a PS3. A PC Engine. Oh, I forgot the main PC Engine. I don't know why. It's kind of in a different spot from the other RGB system. So it's 13 down here, 16 in the main RGB and component setup, and then let me start again on the side stuff. That's NES, PS1, PS2, PS3, PC Engine, Genesis 2, a Super Famicom, a Super Nintendo, Dreamcast, NT Mini, that's 10, N64, GameCube, Wii Mini, I'm not going to count the extra switch dock that's up there that I have connected to a HDMI switcher that goes to a VGA converter. I'm not going to count that because it's just a dock. And then I also have the prototype pre-release Super NT and Mega SG hooked up there, which, are functionally the same. I have them connected to analog DAC, so I guess I'll add that. So that's 13, 16, and 15, I think. So that's a lot.
That's quite a few, yeah. Speaking of quite a few, you have quite a few donations to catch up on.
Oh, sorry.
Oh shoot,
I just wanted to finish that because Adam Jenkins asked that originally.
Oh.
Okay, so 2 from Wade Simmons, thank you. Do you guys have plans for a 240p test suite part 2 video?
I can see doing something on like MD Fourier, but
right,
that would be more of the audio side of it then.
Right. Well, 240p test suite and MD Fourier are acknowledged in RTBO talks about them a little bit in Analog Frontiers Part 2. It will also come up in Part 3. It's very surface level. It's more like, hey, these things exist and are handy tools, and here are some aspects of it that maybe you hadn't considered. But because RTBO is interviewed, so they do come up. So look forward to that this week. It's for real. It's happening. Analog Frontiers Part 2. And also, Artemio was telling us that Raisha, who works on Mr. stuff, implemented like kind of a cool new. I'm not sure if it's in like the latest update yet or not, but it implemented a cool new method for using MD Fourier. Like analysis that has come through MD Fourier for implementing that as like selectable audio profiles for different MR cores, which is pretty nifty. And I think that will be
Paul,
shown.
he hasn't gotten into it yet. I'm just letting Paul send it.
Huh?
I was just responding to Paul. He has not gotten. He hasn't gotten to it yet. You haven't gotten
I'm getting to it. That'll probably be shown in Analog Frontiers Part 3, I would imagine. That's pretty awesome. Like basically you can like choose like an audio profile for like, a Genesis 1, Genesis 2, things like that. However, what minor or major ways that can be implemented into a core pretty easily.
This thing I'm riding on looks like the thing from The Abyss.
I don't think I've seen The Abyss.
Oh.
but I think I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, the audio filter should be cool. There should be, I think there's maybe 2 more.
Two more, yeah. There's 199 from Adam Owen. Thank you. Any experience with Folsom or Barco scaler for 15 kilohertz? No, I'm not. Let me look up.
Yeah, it doesn't sound familiar to me either.
Barcom scaler. Not coming up in a quick search. I mean, are they like just like generic like on Amazon scalers, or are they like kind of specialty devices? I mean, that, you know, if they're just like generic Amazon scalers, I wouldn't expect much of them. But if they're like specialty devices, I'd be more curious. But no, I'm not familiar. And then finally, I think 999 from Paul Sutton. Thank you. Is it true the Analog Frontiers videos are taking so long because you're pulling a Boyhood with kids from part 1 and part 2 will be 8 years real time with them growing up playing games? No.
They're not even in the second one. But I think that it would be funny to do a retro gaming tech version of the Up series. If anybody has seen the Up series, like 7 Up, 14 Up, where they check in with the same group of people every 7 years. Are you familiar with that?
I've heard of it. I'm familiar with it.
That might be something fun to do. I'm gonna check in with all these people every 7 years. I haven't seen the most recent one. Was it like, what is the most recent one? Was it I think the last one I saw was 49 Up. Or maybe it was 56 Up that I saw. I don't remember. The time between them really messes with me because it never feels like it's so long. I feel like I'm going the wrong way here. Oh, I can do that. Let's do exactly this. You still there? Oh.
Yeah. I was just trying to catch up on the chat, and there's another donation which I better read before I fall behind again from Mike McKenna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying, "Hi guys, just curious, how did you two meet each other?" I'm one of the co-founders of a game collection / backlog tracking site called the Backloggery, backloggery.com. And Coury signed up as a member there, and we became friends. In part, you know, I think we sort of related a lot because we were like working in similar industries. You know, we were both, you know, working in video production and such. By the way, you can eat those things with your tongue. You can slurp it up and then carry it.
Interesting. I had no idea. This is the boss was always in pictures, right? It's like that big, like the big tidal wave of lava.
No, I mean you're already past him. There was one of those in level 4.
Oh.
Like, he's not even a boss. It's just a blarg. This is Salvo the Slime. Where do you do video production? You guys give me a Vegas vibe. Coury worked in New York City at a post-production editing house, and I worked at a small college TV station. I like to think those descriptions are seem more in line with our personality than Vegas.
I've never been to Vegas.
I don't think I'm nearly that glamorous. But neither of us are at those jobs anymore, and you aren't even in New York anymore.
Right, but I do still do work for people from there. I just work.
Right, you still got the connections. I've still got my connections too. I mean, we do freelance work.
Yeah. One world down.
So one of the interesting things about the GBA version is that, in this version, if you get 100 on every level in a world, then you unlock a bonus level.
Right.
It's usually a lot harder. And then if you get 100 in that level, you unlock, one of those mini games that you sometimes get at the end of levels. Like you can just go to it. But the GBA version actually has a second bonus level, like an all new bonus level for every world.
They have some added value to it.
Yeah. But to be honest, I can't remember if I ever unlocked them all. I remember unlocking at least the first, but I can't remember. Also, I always thought it was a little weird that Koopa Troopas, I remember when I first played this, I was surprised to see Koopa Troopas in World 2 because it just seems like you would expect them to be introduced sooner.
Right.
Waiting until World 2 to see the first Koopa Troopas? Kind of a surprise.
Well, they were given the game its own identity.
Yeah. I mean, it's so cool seeing Shy Guys in this. Shy Guys have ever since been Yoshi's regular enemy. And then they introduced Goombas in World 4 in this, which is crazy to think about. World 4. They aren't commonly in the game at all.
What am I trying to get him to do?
You can ride him. He faces. If you stand on top of him, he just goes where you face, and he'll run over those. He's invincible.
Why can't Yoshi just have him kill Bowser?
Because he can only move horizontally and jump. That's all he can do.
Is this not where I'm supposed to go?
Well, this is just a bonus.
Oh.
The other pipe. There's another pipe where you entered.
Oh, okay.
You just have to go back. I saw that Jeffrey Gray and someone else, I missed who it was. Someone else was concurring that they like this better than Donkey Kong Country. And it's weird. This is a game that I love, but I've never felt it's super replayable. Like, I enjoy replaying it once every several years. You know, like every good several years. But it's very much, I think, a game about, you know, exploration and collecting everything. And to me, that makes it less replayable. Like, I feel like the core action mechanics of Donkey Kong Country are better. And I could go for playing Donkey Kong Country literally anytime. Because it's just so fun to play. This, though, like, I mean, it is an incredible. Whew.
I know. I was waiting for you to see that because that was just close.
That was close. I feel that this game is an amazing first time experience, but much less replayable than Donkey Kong Country. But I think it's because it's too involved. Maybe. I mean, it's definitely a more involved game than, like, you know, the regular Mario games. I mean, the regular Mario games are very similar to Donkey Kong Country in that they're all about, you know, or largely about, you know, action and moving through the levels. Whereas this has a much more of an exploration element, and the momentum is different. I mean, the way Yoshi moves and controls is fundamentally different than Mario or Donkey Kong. So see, there's Rick H with $4. Thank you, saying hi, backwards compatibility PS3s. How do they last forever? You know, it's been more recently discovered. I don't know a lot of the details about it, but it's been more recently discovered that the yellow live death can be solved by swapping a capacitor.
Yes, it's one specific.
Like, it has much less to do with, like, needing to, like, reflow solder or you know, needing, like, new thermal paste or something. Like, apparently it's mostly a capacitor thing. I'm sure one day they might need, like, the thermal paste replaced or something. You know, I actually took apart a PS3 Slim. I took it apart a week or two ago for Analog Frontiers Part 2. That, you know, I bought as junk. You know, it was $8 or something.
I was wondering if I missed that door.
Carrying that key for so long. And, you know, I was surprised. It definitely feels like it could
How did I win that? I thought he got more than me for sure.
He got even. Like, the even number is in.
Oh, I gotta grab it.
But yeah, like, it definitely feels like it wouldn't be that hard to add new thermal paste to a PS3 if you had to, you know, someday in the future. Don't backwards compatible PS3s have poopy input lag? I don't know. Like, is the input lag just on a system level worse than Slim's? Or do you just mean, like, they've got input lag on the backwards compatibility function? I don't know. Visually, though, they do look, like, for PS2 games, they do look amazing. Does the SNES One chip or Funtastic N64s get a better picture through RetroTink, or does the model not matter? I mean, in my opinion, I think that the Funtastic N64 thing is overblown. I mean, I've only ever tested one, and I don't have access to it. But it was clearly different from a launch N64. But I thought I didn't like the colors. I thought they were too bright. Like it's really easy to see just in like the opening field in Mario 64, like all of sort of the dirt in the field outside the castle, like just kind of looks like bright yellow or something. And some of the detail and the texture is lost, I feel. But I've not tested one in a very long time. Certainly haven't tested one on like a RetroTink or a more current solution, compared to like probably only tested on the FrameMeister. So I'm sure I've tested both a regular SNES and a one chip on the RetroTink, and I suspect the difference in that would be visible, but I don't think that difference on N64 really makes a whole lot of difference. Honestly, I think the N64 has some of the more passable composite video out there, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. The N64?
I mean, it's pretty blurry anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
but like it doesn't have like a lot of those like really obvious like composite artifacts and stuff.
Yeah. The thing that makes it, I guess, look bad is the system itself.
Yeah, it's blurry, so that helps the composite in a way.
I think this game is like, I'm not sure it's that rare or worth that much, but I mean it's like a $30 game maybe, as far as I remember.
But I used to think it was pretty expensive.
I used to think it was expensive too, so maybe it is still.
I don't know. I used to think it was expensive, but then I was like, oh, is it? I don't know.
Look it up on the old price charting.
By the way, if you want to shoot an egg straight up, you can just hold D-pad up and it won't. Just hold it up and it'll stay up.
Come on.
There was also $3 from $3 Canadian from the 33rd bit. Thank you. Saying core graphics RGB modding same as PC Engine or different. I don't know if you mean like, is the quality the same or different, or is the process different? I mean, I'm sure the process has got to be a little different just because the boards are different. I know Voltar sells good boards for RGB modding those systems, which I definitely think is what you would want to go for. And I know he sells a few variations. Maybe send him a message and see if he can answer. By the way, if you throw an egg at a flower, it claims it for you. So you don't like have to touch it.
Oh. For some reason I thought I knew that, but I never think about it. Second. Interesting. Okay.
But in terms of the end result, I would imagine they're mostly the same. I mean, there is an issue where PC Engine will still have jail bars. If you don't, even with an RGB mod, it'll have jail bars. There's like a separate mod you do to get rid of jail bars, and I actually don't have that mod. I'd like to get it someday. If you want him to hit that thing, you have to go down to the right.
I see.
So he'll throw it to the right.
Well, too late now. There's a Craig Wan.
Yes, thank you. Oh, my chat keeps automatically scrolling down. What are your thoughts on the design of the design Retrobit reveal for their upcoming Dreamcast controller? I haven't seen it. I assume
Is this one that was announced a while back, or is this a new one that just, or like an update to that? Because as far as I know, it looked pretty, like kind of exactly what I would want. I've not tried the Retro Fighters one.
Is it out yet?
I think backers for it got it.
I definitely like to try one.
But the Retrobit one looks like it's more of a traditional style, but in a good way. Like, it looks like it's just exactly what I would want, I guess, out of a Dreamcast controller that looks very similar to the original.
Mm-hmm. See, there's also $1.99 from Elizabeth Smith. Thank you. I mean, would you want a wireless 3-prong N64 controller? And heck yeah! Except the thing is, like, I don't trust anyone to make an N64 controller. You know, I haven't done like maybe the most hardcore tests on the you know, the analog stick sensitivity on the Brawler 64. I mean, it seems to hold up to at least some scrutiny. But otherwise, like, there's definitely issues in general with. I mean, that stick, I mean, say what you will about its durability, but it has an incredible amount of range and sensitivity that seems to be difficult to replicate. But if someone got it right and made, like, especially like a 2.4G version, yeah. I mean, the N64 controller cord is a little shorter than some other controller cords, or at least it seems that way. So it would definitely be handy. It would be handy. And I see that there is a €5 from... I'm trying to keep up, y'all. €5 from Fran Casal. Thank you. Saying from someone who has a GBA SP001 and a modded GBA 101 and likes more the 001 because of the zero ghosting. How's the IPS screen mod regarding ghosting? Well, I don't know if you were here earlier in the stream, but I started to do the IPS mods this weekend, and
it went badly.
Yeah, it went badly because I needed to buy at least one more part. I keep buying the parts for it very piecemeal because I keep realizing, like, oh, I should have this, or this would make it better, or I'd rather have a case that's already fitted for it. You know, then I decide, like, oh, the 3D print bracket is going to be a whole lot better than not having it for positioning the screen. So yeah, I did not really get to use the screen yet. However, I did at least manage to get the screen turned on for the original Game Boy mod. And, you know, all I did was look at the Kirby's Dream Land title screen, which has.
I thought you were going to say all I had to do was look at it and say main screen turn on.
All I did was look at it. All I managed to do was, by the way, you don't have to throw an egg into that flour. It's sometimes easier to spit an enemy into it.
Oh.
Well. But I mean, you know, the Kirby's Dream Land title screen has like moving Kirby's on it. You know, not super quickly or anything, but like at a glance, I didn't see much ghosting. Or really any like obviously noticeable, but I have not, you know, managed to really put it through its paces yet. This down here is an egg ricochet thing.
Yeah, I figured.
I
ain't got the eggs for that. Not tonight, at least.
So yeah, that is something that I hope to have a video information on, you know, within sometime in July, I'd say. Warren Hoagie saying he played like 4 hours of Wario Land 4 on his IPS version 2 Game Boy Advance today, 0 ghosting. Which that sounds impressive. I mean, and Wario Land has like a lot of black outlines, if I recall. Wario Land 4. And the ghosting on the AGS 101 is much more noticeable on like black outlines, like games that have heavy black outlines. I think that's where it really stands out. Mm-hmm. So that's it's good to know, or good to look forward to at least. You know, I still love the AGS 101 screen, but I do suspect after I get this mod properly installed, I will not use it as often. You know, the ghosting is unfortunate, but otherwise, like, it just looks so good. It's hard to say no. Of course, I don't know if how similar all of these mods are in terms of like the screen quality, but I'm looking forward to getting it installed. And I also saw there was a $1.99 from Tommy Platt with no comment, but thank you. Thank you.
I'll have to wait and see what the screen looks like. I would like to get one of the GBA ones.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
don't you already have a modded horizontal one?
Yes, it has the AGS 101 screen in it.
Mm-hmm.
Which I feel for as much as I play the Game Boy Advance in handheld mode, I think that's okay for me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't use them handheld terribly much, honestly, but every once in a while I will take one with me, you know, like if I visit my parents or something, you know. Usually I bring, you know, the Switch instead, but sometimes I brought a Game Boy. Or, you know, I've even brought on vacation before. Brought the AGS 101 on vacation a few years ago.
It's, you know, it's weird. Like, I think I've said this to you before. It's I just cannot play handheld systems like when I'm on vacation or something like that. I just have, or like traveling. I mean, I guess sometimes I do. Like, I guess I have, like, maybe on the plane. I guess when we were here and there I have, but for the most part, like, I just have no interest in playing handheld systems.
To me, like, it's part of the experience. I mean, it's been a few years since we've done a family vacation, but, like, you know, my dad's always the one driving, you know, and man, like, just like binging on RPG during a long drive out west, like nothing like it. I love it.
See, it's like I can't do that. Like when there's other people in the car, like I'd rather just.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you've got kids and stuff. Like I can understand.
But no, but even before, like I mean, I've tried. I like the idea of it, but I just cannot do it.
I enjoy it. I don't do it as much. Like, you know, I'll sometimes play a little, like when we go to conventions and stuff, but you know, obviously there's a lot more socializing to do at such events, so
yeah,
usually don't play as much, but I'll usually play a little. But you know what I'll also do though is, like, if I just like want to check something in a game real quick, or I want to try a game out or something, like I do, you know, like just pop it in a regular Game Boy or something, because it's just easier to do that. Like, especially, you know, if the battery is charged, or you've got like, the lithium batteries in it, you don't have to worry about them leaking. It's easier to just like pop it in that and then check something out rather than like turn on your TV and put it in the consolizer or load up Game Boy interface and stuff like that. It's just like the simplest way to get a Game Boy game immediately on is putting in an actual Game Boy,
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one thing I'm looking forward to with the IPS screen is, it's the same reason I like CRTs, it's just like something about that instant on for turning on the game. Like, it's something that I tried to convey in some extent in Analog Frontiers Part 2. Like, it's really hard to convince some people that playing on original hardware is like, from some perspective, like the simplest way to play. Like, if you've got it hooked up, like especially if you're using a CRT, you just like turn on the CRT, you put the game in the system and you turn it on. Like, it can literally not be simple. Whereas emulation, like, if you're used to it, sure, it can be simple, but all the stuff you have to do to get it like properly set up and stuff can be quite complicated. Like, I've recorded some emulation stuff that is using Drumble's front end that he developed, that he set up on my computer that, appeared in Analog Frontiers 1 briefly, and it will be in Part 2 briefly as well. Even with all that, extreme setup that he did on it, like, there's still like things about navigating the interface that just like make me grit my teeth every time. That's just like, this is not just using real consoles is so simple and intuitive. And I feel like even using, some of the devices that we use, like the FPGA stuff, I feel like setting them up is simpler. Like, it is much more intuitive getting to the features that matter.
You missed a donation from Scott Davis.
Oh, I did see that, and then I got off on a ramble. 999, thank you, sir. Saying, hey dudes, do you guys play those Dark Souls style games? During Shelter in Place, I've gotten over the initiation hurdle, and I'm now deep into Dark Souls 3. Demon Soul Remaster may hurry my PS5 purchase. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying that, Scott. I'm definitely a big fan of those games. Like, once you sort of get a foothold in it, like, you realize that it's like not as hard as the hype. Like, it's really, I very much think of them almost like a 3D version of Castlevania, where, everything, enemies are exactly the same. They're in the same place every time. You continue from the checkpoint, your bonfire or whatever. You're not asked to do any better than at least as good as you did the last time, and then you've lost nothing as long as you do as well as you did the last time. So it very much, I think, scratches that old school gaming itch, I think, in terms of just that sort of pushing yourself to learn to play the levels better and stuff. I love them. I've played Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, and Bloodborne, but I've not played Sekiro.
Oh, there was a donation from Jonathan Hinson that's going to pop up on the screen.
Only on the stream?
Yes.
Thank you. $5. Thank you. Confession. Having access to any classic game and instance has affected my experience with them. Like movie streaming, I either have paralysis of choice or switch the game in 10 minutes. Any tips on overcoming this? Yeah, I mean, that's something I realized very early on with emulation.
Yes.
And that was why I never really got deep into it. I mean, even with the EverDrives, like I'm just like not like, to me the EverDrives are a tool, you know?
Yes, very much with me as well.
I mean, yeah, like this, you're playing the game for your own enjoyment. You're playing your cartridge, you know?
Yes, and I'm playing it on my original cartridge so that it, you know, the save is committed to the battery that's on it.
Yes, and the fresh battery, you know?
Yes.
So, I think that's important. You know, having a limitation for what you play that makes you commit to the game much more.
Yeah.
And
it might sound weird, but I feel like the whole, like, the thought process behind it is like, it's just play, like, really invest the time in the games that you pay for.
yes, that's a big part of it. Like, I spent money on this, like, rather than quitting at, you know, the first slight frustration that I come across. You know, I paid money for this. I'm going to try again and again and again, and then eventually it clicks, you know? So I think it's...
I mean, I think some people will be like, oh, that seems silly, you know, but because there's a lot of people that, you know, want to have every game available to them. But I mean, like, I just can't do it. Like, I have no idea. I mean, I use it as a tool, and I have no desire to invest time to play through a game.
And they'll say, oh, that's just, you know, your own mental hang up. You should get over it. And it's like, well, you know what? Like, it makes me happy, you know, to play games this way. So,
yeah.
You know, that's, but, you know, I think even if you're like, you know, deep into emulation or something, I think, you know, our friend Drumble, who has been deep into emulation for a while now, he has, you know, a digital honor system. And the way that works is any game he owns, like he owns a bunch of games physically, but he just has no interest in hooking up the systems in. So he only adds to his emulator games that if he owns it physically, he can add it. If he owns it digitally, like through Virtual Console or PlayStation Network or something like that, he adds it to it. And for example, sometimes he might buy like an arcade collection. You know, maybe it'd be on PS2, maybe it'll be on Steam or whatever. But he'll just add those arcade games individually through his emulator setup. Mm-hmm. But, you know, he only has ready access to those games, and that helps keep him focused on actually playing the games that he is adding to his backlog. And, you know, if a game is so expensive that he, you know, it's not worth buying, you know, the physical version, there's no digital version available, he does what he calls his digital honor system. He'll donate to a charity the number of dollars that, you know, Virtual Console version or whatever would be worth. So, like, say he wants, like, you know, some super expensive Super Nintendo game that never was released on Virtual Console. He would donate $8 to a charity, and he can add it with the implication that should that game ever get a digital re-release, he is obligated to buy it. So I think little things like that. I mean, yeah, you know, some people might call that mental gymnastics, but you know what? I mean, that's how humans work. You know, we have our little ideas that make us happy. You know, what can I say?
Yeah.
You know, some people, you know, and people who say that, oh, you know, I've got every game ever made, blah, blah, blah. It's so great that, you know, and they think that it doesn't have an impact on how they feel about the games they play, but I wouldn't be surprised if it actually does. They think it doesn't, but it does. You know, like
Mhm.
I'm sure some people are completely unaffected by it, but I bet a lot of people who think they aren't actually are affected in a way that they don't realize. You know?
Yeah.
But
You got a lot more to catch up on.
yeah, I know. I started going on a ramble there. You triggered one of the topics I like to talk about. How to manage, having access to everything. There was $5 from
shoot.
Alan5795
I'm not supposed to do that.
with no comment, but thank you.
Thank you.
And then there was 499 from old Paul Sutton.
Thank you.
Saying, other than Terminator 2 and Aliens, what is James Cameron's best film and why hasn't Try seen it? Well, Terminator 1?
Yeah, I mean, I love Terminator 1. I mean, I do, but I mean, I
gotta be
I
honest,
really love True Lies. I really, really like True Lies. And it's been a long time since I've seen it.
I might like Terminator 1 maybe a tiny bit more than Terminator 2.
I mean, that is not a unpopular opinion. There's a lot of people that do. They like the more horror aspects of.
I like the horror atmosphere of it. Yeah, I like both. Like I gotta be honest. Like after you and I went to see Terminator Dark Fate, which I really liked. I liked it a lot. I rewatched Terminator 2. Like, I kind of don't like the kid that plays John Connor. Like, his acting is a little off. Like,
well, that was the first thing he ever acted in.
I know, but like, I feel like he is not that good. Like, Sarah Connor is amazing in it. Absolutely amazing. But John Connor is not that good.
I have no problem with him. I think that he does a very good job. And I don't feel like he's an annoying kid.
He's just a little annoying. But outside of him just being minorly annoying, it's an incredible. But I might like Terminator 1.
Well, one's an action movie, the other one's a horror movie. So I mean, it's. I understand the liking one more than the other, but I love 2. I think 2, just that the last third of the movie is such a good. It's just like one nonstop action sequence. And the thing I always liked about James Cameron is that his action sequences, they always feel like they have like this like technical aspect to them that I guess it's hard to explain. I need to bounce this. Yes. They always like use these like cool looking guns, and there's no like quick cutting or anything. It's very just fairly straightforward, but it just seems very technically competent. But have you seen True Lies?
I have not. I actually didn't realize
then that's
that.
probably the. Well, I mean, that or The Abyss, I guess, are the two that. Those are the two best ones that you haven't seen, and why haven't you seen them?
I would like to. There was also $9.99 from Julio Rivera. Twice. If that was a mistake, please do feel free to correct that. If not, thank you. And even if so, thank you. But if that was, sometimes people make that mistake where they accidentally click it through twice. So please feel free to correct your mistake if so.
I see that someone was saying about the bad to the bone scene in Terminator 2, like feeling too corny, and I wonder if I would feel different if I had seen it when I was older. Because at the time it really worked for me, but then I look at stuff that's I look at Terminator 3 and like the whole talk to the hand stuff is definitely way too corny for me.
That, yeah, but at the same time, like, that is like slang talk that is from like a period when we were older and like doesn't resonate as much. Like, I can understand that the, you know, bad to the bone or whatever, you know, like that's, it's very indicative of the time the movie came out, you know?
Yeah.
But like when John Connor is like talking, like teaching the Terminator like slang talk and stuff.
But that's an iconic part of the movie, I think.
It is, but like John Connor's delivery comes across weird. Like he does.
Really? I feel like he seems exactly like a 13-year-old kid. It came across like the actor like wasn't used to actually saying those things. I don't know. Like I always thought his delivery was a little off. That's one of the scenes that jumps out at me. But I feel like I'm making it sound like I don't like Terminator 2. I think it's incredible, but you know, just little things. There was also $5 from Casual Play. Thank you. Saying, try, your collection is lame. Where's your Sharp 6800 Fairchild Channel F Jaguar 3DI? I assume you mean CDI. 3DO, Odyssey, Pioneer, Laser Active, and Television, and Coleco. I have a Coleco. I do have a Coleco. It's not hooked up. It has an RGB mod that doesn't really work. I'm going to try to get Dan Kuntz to get that working for me more properly sometime. Because I know he's got some Coleco experience. See, I think I told you about this. How I have a weird thing. I don't feel like I used to do it when I was young. But I have these days I feel like I have such a hard time committing to a jump in certain games where I always do like this weird kind of turn back at the very top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just to help me land where I want to land, but you'll see me do it a lot, where I constantly jump forward and I like this.
Well, sometimes I'll
I don't feel like I did that when I was younger.
Sometimes like I'll like make a jump and I'll like chicken out of it, and then like I die on my way back.
Yeah, I guess this is kind of similar to that, but I just do it every time I jump. If you like once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it, I guess.
Oh, like every time you jump right, you have to have like you have to feather it to the left a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But sometimes I
feather it to the left, I guess. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what you're doing. It's just like, ooh, I don't really want to do a full body jump, you know? Like oftentimes I'll like start off doing a really tough jump, and then like I'll be doing it, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, like I'm not feeling it. And I back out mid jump and try to go back to the left. But then it like it would have been better, like I might have made the jump if I just committed to it, and then but I failed to make it back. Well, we got $2 from Bit Spasm.
I like that name.
Is lazy game reviews and any upcoming vids like John and PS2. No plans right now, but it's possible. I mean, he was it the Genesis episode or the Saturn episode?
Yeah.
He was in the Saturn episode. I mean, very briefly, not like a full-on segment like John had in the PS. I mean, I feel like I like the idea of making a tradition going forward of having a guest in RGB episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know, I feel like, especially someone who's an expert on some matter, like John is on the PS2, you know, it can add some credibility to it. See, there was also 5 from David Denuzio again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying super lame collection. Why don't you guys IPS mod a Tiger game com?
Lame collection. Do it over. Is Train Yoshi the best Yoshi? Maybe.
You don't get to use them all that often.
I'm just saying, purely from a visual standpoint.
He is pretty cool, I will say. Yeah. I like the helicopter though. I mean, the helicopter is like the default one, kind of, I guess. But I like the helicopter.
You know, it's interesting because you say you could beat this game very quickly, but it feels way longer than it looks, I guess.
I mean, it's only 6 worlds with...
Oh, it's only 6 worlds, okay. I mean,
But I mean, when I say very quickly, like, I probably wouldn't have done it in 2 hours, but, you know, if it went to midnight, I feel fairly confident I would have finished it.
And here I am, I'm only on World 2.
Yeah, well, but, you know, you're not rushing it, though, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know this game like the back of my hand or anything, but I know it well enough to rush it. We got 499 from Paul Sutton again. Saying, other than Shadow War Succession, what is the 3DO's best game and why hasn't Tri played it? You know, I'm honestly not sure. Like, have I ever played a 3DO? I probably played a 3DO at your house at some point.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
But maybe not. I don't recall holding the controller, honestly.
It's probably an easy answer or a cheap answer, but I would say that Road Rash is probably the best game on the system.
Well, I thought you were going to say Road Rash. What was the other one you were going to say?
Oh, I mean, Road Rash is without a doubt the best game on the system, I think. In my opinion.
What was the game you were saying?
I was just saying that oh, geez. Get back here. I mean, I'd say, like, I don't know what else people would say. There's probably a lot of other... I mean, he said other than Shadow War of Succession.
Uh-huh. Which is a glorious game.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously a lot of effort put in to make that game as good as it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Super Street Fighter 2 is excellent. It's a really good soundtrack. But I feel that Road Rash is the iconic game on the system, even though it's been ported elsewhere. That same version. But I really like it.
The latest SD to SNES causes this game to freeze on the title screen for me.
Is that since you updated the one with the Super Game Boy firmware?
Oh, does that one have glitches with some games?
Oh, maybe it does. I mean, just the firmware.
Like the firmware, or like your unit itself? I wonder.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, the Super FX portion, I mean, or any expansion chip portion on the flash cartridges are, you know, it's technically emulation, you know. You know, that portion of the hardware is emulation. So, you know, it can have mistakes.
Yeah. So
honestly,
say the firmware would allow the Super Game Boy. So I mean, I guess that maybe there's some weirdness going on. I'm sure that they're talking now, and there will be an official release of that happening, and probably will work out like different bugs and everything with it. Retro 2 getting GBA saves. I don't know. I haven't really heard anything. I haven't been following the scene too closely. I don't know if anything new is happened with the Retrode since I did the video last year. I basically got everything that I wanted to do with it done back then. I just haven't done anything since because I haven't needed to. So I stopped following it super closely.
Have you beat Yoshi's Woolly World?
Yes. Yes, I did finish that.
That's the only great Yoshi's Island sequel, I think.
Yeah, did you play Crafted World? Is that not that great?
It's okay.
And that's the same people who did Woolly World, right?
It is.
So you think they just like really did the best as they could with Woolly World, and there was little.
Well, it's a very different game, really.
Yeah.
Like it's got a different momentum and kind of a different focus. It's a much more laid back game, I guess.
I see.
And much more about like finding. I mean, these games are about finding things too, but that one like even more so. Like it has its moments, but I also felt like sometimes like the environments were never really were holding back the game's imagination because it felt like there was I don't know, a lot of repeated concepts. Like I felt like the craft the craft aesthetic could have been better explored, I thought. See, there is £4.99 from Start Select.
Oh, I like that name.
Yeah, I apologize for what Sony and Microsoft have done to you, Start Select. I feel very upset about it. Says just dropping by to say thank you for the awesome videos. On my way to work now, so I'll be catching up on video on demand. Yay for 4:30 a.m. starts. Oof. I guess if you're used to it, that's one thing, but I wish I could wake up at 4 a.m. and feel like, you know, I'd slept. Elizabeth Smith donated $1.99 saying, ever buy a counterfeit GBA game without realizing it? I mean, technically, it's possible for any of us.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, I always try to be careful. I don't think I have bought any counterfeit GBA games, but I have bought a counterfeit DS game without realizing it. And I didn't realize it for like a year. It was Super Princess Peach. Which, luckily I was able to get it's hard to come by a real copy of
Peach.
It doesn't really come up that commonly in stores, and it's like always fake on it. And I used to have it. Like I got it when it came out, and you know, I completed it. I 100% it. You know, just got rid of it at some point in a collection purge. I wanted to get it again just to have it. And so I got on eBay, and a year later I realized it was fake. And then a local game store, I was just talking to the manager about it, and I don't even know why I brought it up. And he like went in the back room and brought out this mint condition case and manual and all the papers that came with the game. All of it, mint condition, just no game. And he sold it to me for $5, which I thought was a really good deal. And then, several months later, I found card only, legit, at another local game store. So I put together.
You put it together.
I put it together. I'm trying to do the same thing with Twilight Princess GameCube. I was generously given.
Very fortunate that I bought that one the day it came out, because I didn't get a Wii until like a year and a half after it was released. 2 years.
Yeah, I was very generously given a case and manual for it, so I just need to find a loose disc sometime. And there was also $2 from John DiLoretto. Thank you.
Thanks.
Are you guys excited for the Analog Pocket? Definitely. Definitely. I bet that's going to be a busy few weeks for us, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully Analog Frontiers is done at the time.
Yeah.
Because...
that'd be nice. I mean, if it's not, then... I just got to drop everything to work on that. I mean, I always enjoy the analog releases, though, because like it's the only thing that's like a big enough of a deal where we get review units and a bunch of people get review units, and there's an embargo that you really want to hit,
and the race is on. To see
I mean, it is really challenging work to get our video done by then, but it's also like it's kind of a rush, like it's always fun seeing everyone releasing the video at the same time. Of course, there's then there's always the people that don't understand the concept of embargoes, and they get really angry. There's always like 10 comments right where they're like, all these YouTubers released a video at the exact same time. Suspicious. Just don't understand what it's about.
What am I looking for here? I can't pick those up.
Oh, got 499 from Bill Russell.
Thank you.
Saying favorite video game movie adaptation. Mine is Mortal Kombat. That's a solid pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Mortal Kombat is definitely up there. I mean, the only thing I would put close to is probably Silent Hill. And Silent Hill, I feel is very good until like basically the very, very end. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that don't like Silent Hill, but I feel that especially the beginning where it is using specific camera angles from the game. Mm-hmm. It's good, and you've never seen it, but it's on the.
I've always I always thought it looked pretty good.
I mean, I'd like to. I remember when it came out, I saw it twice in the theater. I'd never do that.
I mean, to be honest, like I generally don't. I feel like I'm more tolerant of video game movie adaptations than a lot of people are. Like Pretty easy going about it. I think if you drop one of those big eggs, all of those taps.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. There's a donation that's gonna pop up. It looks like it's only in the chat or in the video.
Oh, $1.99 from Gaming Blows. Is this the worst mainline Mario game? No, and I don't consider it a mainline Mario game. It's different. It's a totally, the Yoshi games are completely different. And it's an amazing game. Like I said before, I don't find it as replayable as like Donkey Kong Country and the other Mario games. But you have to keep in mind that in Japan, this is not branded Super Mario World 2. Like this is, from a development perspective, was not really meant to be a Super Mario game.
They just did it to have the name on it, you think?
For marketing purposes. Like I said, like Nintendo of America must have like thought this was a nightmare to market this, like, you know, crayon artwork baby game, right? You know, especially in the 90s, like this must have been a hard sell. So they thought, well, why don't we call it Super Mario World 2? People like Super Mario World. But the worst mainline Mario game, I think, is easily New Super Mario Brothers 2. I mean, I would consider those mainline Mario more than that. Sunshine is the worst 3D Mario, but I would say that I like it more than New Super Mario Brothers 1 and 2. I kind of like New Super Mario Brothers Wii. I mean, all those games are basically the same, but I do feel that Wii is the strongest of the new. Sunshine.
I always get New Super Mario Brothers mixed up with Nude Super Mario Brothers. Have you not played that one? I'm just kidding.
No, must have missed it. But was that one of the CDI games? I was actually playing Sunshine earlier today, recording footage for Analog Frontiers Part 2 that I thought was actually kind of funny. There's a few moments where I tried to have a little humor in it.
Yeah. When you show my bad modding skills.
Oh yeah, there's I just thought it was so funny. There's this part where Coury did a video log of trying to install or fix. You were trying to fix a mod chip in a PS1, right?
Yes.
And you've got like electrical tape on the bottom of the motherboard, like trying to hold it in place, and it's like the wires keep like popping up, and you just like put your hand on it, and then you remove your hand, and it pops back up again. You pat it.
Yeah, I give it the little double tap.
It gets a little double tap, yeah. I thought it was funny. Voltar very generously gathered some footage from his old episodes for me so that I could have some good like close-up modding B-roll. You know, I don't think Lost Levels is that bad, actually. I feel like when I played through the original Famicom version on the stream, like, gosh, what was it? Probably 3 years ago at this point, maybe 2.5, 3 years ago, probably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the January stream of the.
It was a January stream. It might have been the first stream of the year, whatever year it was. But I was able to finish it in one stream.
Yeah, I remember it taking a while.
Easier than a lot of other games we streamed. I mean, I thought it. I was able to handle it. Oh, we got a interesting question here with $5 from Ed the Nerd. Thank you. Saying, what boxes make the cut and stay? Do you keep boxes for third-party stuff? Also, community or RGB hardware like Retrode, Analog, FrameMeister, etc. I keep almost all hardware boxes, and
I give you all like controller boxes and console hardware boxes because I do not have the room for system boxes.
Yeah.
So I usually give all that stuff to you.
Yeah. So I keep hardware boxes. I keep basically everything that's not like just like like if it's like a controller that comes in like one of those packages that's just like it's got like the cardboard back and then it's got like the plastic formed in the shape of the accessory, I'll throw those away. Like early on in the amiibo craze, like I kept the boxes. Like I took the amiibo out, but like I was just like piling up the boxes in a corner. Eventually I was just like, I gotta put them in the trash and I just gotta cut that off, Just gotta put an end to it. It's over. I'm not keeping those boxes. Third-party controllers and stuff, like I usually keep those boxes. I do keep the boxes for FrameMeister. You gave me your DE10 Nano box.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain boxes I'll keep, but I mean, that's one of the reasons I don't even like to get like special editions of stuff either anymore, because it's just I don't have the room for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of special editions, like in general. Like they're okay, and I like having them.
I mean, I don't mind like certain things like the working design stuff. Like that stuff is, it's not so big that it's just gonna take up all this space. But I can't stand like these giant ones. Like I do not own a single. Well, actually, I do own one special edition that has a statue in it, and that's just because it's like a Wind Waker HD with like it has a tiny little statue in it of like Ganon from that. And I only got that because I got it at the Nintendo World Store when that released, and they had one left. I'm like, oh, it's the same price, I'll just get that. And then I never got around to playing the game. So, and I ended up getting a copy of it with just like the box, or just like not the box, but like just like the game in a normal case for like $3 at a pawn shop. And that's the version I use. And I never even went through and opened up the. I keep on coming in here. I do not have the Halo Reach sculpture. Sometimes, I mean, in terms of Halo 3, I got there's like a kind of a bigger box version of that, and I hated it. So I ended up buying a standard case for Halo 3 off of eBay. I put it in. I really get annoyed with non-standard size cases. I have this copy of, for the PS3, this copy of Hitman Trilogy. And that came out at a time when Square was doing these kind of like digibook type case releases. And I have not even played Hitman Trilogy because that case just like annoys me so much. I don't even want to open it.
I mean, I'm not like the biggest fan of like steel books.
Mm-hmm. If anybody
Like,
else, wait, really is, if anybody out there has a copy of Hitman Trilogy that is just like in a standard PS3 case, I will, and you want the other kind, I will trade you. I did that with Kingdom Hearts HD when it came out, because that came in one of those stupid cases too. Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Like, well, you know, what one box I really don't like is the Mass Effect Trilogy.
Oh yeah,
box.
yeah.
Like, you got the Xbox 360 version of that, I assume?
No, I don't have. I have the
PS3.
I have them all standalone. I mean,
oh, you never got that, but that's like, it is just like a cardboard.
Right. I know you're talking about.
Like a cardboard thing that unfolds.
See, that doesn't bother me that much, because at least it's like standard height, I guess.
I've got BioShock 1 and 2 on the 360 that, like, it's one of those fold out cardboard.
Right. Oh yeah. I have that too. That one doesn't bother me either, because it's standard size.
Well, Sandy ate a good chunk of it when she was a puppy.
Right, I remember that happening, and you're
like, because it was like on the shelf, like kind of at her level. Like, I got out of the shower one day and she's just going nom, 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 on the BioShock. Something about that cardboard, I guess. But
it's just so good. It's so good when it hits your lips. love that cardboard. But I mean, like, just that stuff. Like, that's one of the reasons I just don't get.
Yeah,
a lot of
I mean, you know,
stuff.
I think steel books have been much better.
They have, and they seem to be standard size.
They are standard size, and they're much better. Like there was some steel book that earlier in the generation I didn't like very much, but like Valkyria Chronicles,
right,
remastered, like, came in a really nice one, and most of the other PS. I don't really like
Final Fantasy 12
books very much, but like the PS4 ones I really like. Like the Persona 4 one is really nice. I love that one.
Yeah.
The Final Fantasy 12 Zodiac Age steelbook is pretty nice too.
Yeah.
But you know, I've got the original PS2 launch steelbook for Final Fantasy 12. Like, part of me kind of wants, like, I mean, the American box for Final Fantasy 12 isn't that great, but part of me wants to get one sometime. Just
I have the steelbook for that.
I do too.
Yeah, and I've seen the American, or like just like a standard box version at like half price books before, and I've almost bought it.
Yeah, I've almost bought it too. I mean, it's cheap.
Yeah,
it's
like one of the things I'm really annoyed with is the cases for like the Trails of Cold Steel, like the 1 and 2 on the PS4. They come in these.
I like that case, but
no, I'm talking about not the one you think it is. I'm not talking about the PS3 versions, not the bigger one. I'm talking about the PS4 version. Comes in like in a oversized box, and then inside of there you have the like the steel books and stuff like that.
At some point, I bought a standard box for Final Fantasy 13 too, because I love the collector's edition of that game, because it comes with a full soundtrack, like a full 4-disc soundtrack, which like
for Final Fantasy 13 too?
Yeah, which like never happens.
Yeah, I bought a standard like edition as well, though.
Multi-disc soundtrack, and I'm like, okay, like I need that because I would be importing the soundtrack anyway. But like,
pretty good soundtrack in that game.
That was great.
Yeah.
But like, it juts out so far from the shelf and is like taller than standard games too. So I finally got like a standard 13.2 And then I put the collector's edition 13.2 on my soundtrack shelf, which like I have like all of my non-standard soundtrack cases in like a separate section.
What am I supposed to do here? Do you know?
Oh, the spike above the pipe reveals a hidden.
I didn't realize until just now I could destroy it.
I'm pretty sure this is OSSC.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, the Final Fantasy 12 PS2 Steelbook, like that was the first Steelbook I ever had. I think that was the first I'd ever heard of. And like it didn't have like an outer sleeve, at least not to my recollection. I used to throw away like DVD sleeves and stuff. So if it did come with an outer sleeve, I must have thrown it away. But like it's not like super scratched, but it has little scratches on it. And the disc is like really hard to get out of it. So like I kind of just want to get a standard copy of that game. So the disc
wait, which one?
Final Fantasy 12 PS2. Because every time I pull the disc out for that, like I feel like I'm going to break it. But like the Zodiac Age Steelbook, I think is really nice. Like the PS2 Steelbooks are by and large quite good. So the boss for this level, on the world map, it just says the Potted Ghost. But in the official player's guide, they call him Roger the Potted Ghost. And I wonder to what extent that is official.
You know, that's a darn good question.
I tell you, I think about these things. Those Shy Guys are pretty great.
Do I just gotta push him off one time?
Well, you can duck when he...
Oh, really?
Goes at you, yeah.
Look, he's got that face, that look on his face. See you later, Roger.
Roger the Potted Ghost. I'd be curious to know what the Japanese names of all the bosses are. I know the names of all of them. Bert the Bashful, Salvo the Slime, Bigger Boo, Roger the Potted Ghost, Prince Froggy, Naval Piranha, Marching Milda, Hookbill Koopa, Sluggy the Unshaven, Raphael the Raven, Tap the Golden, and Bowser.
I'm gonna go fill up my water.
I was pretty obsessed with this game as a kid.
I'll be right back.
Okay. History of 2D fighters and history of 3D fighters. That would definitely be... That sounds like more like a John Linneman subject. Because John especially loves 3D fighters. I think he has a deep fascination with the early evolution of 3D fighters. It's a great game on 3DS that would be good for a plane trip. You know, I think the last time I took my 3DS on a plane, I think I played the Virtual Console version of Super Mario World. I think Kirby Triple Deluxe or Kirby Planet Robobot would be good playing games, with the exception of those are maybe the best soundtracks on 3DS, especially Robobot. You definitely want to hear that soundtrack clearly. So good. So good. Man. Those Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot need some console ports. Although I would like them to run at 60 frames per second like they do on 3DS, unlike Star Allies, which is 30 frames per second. Hopefully they wouldn't scale it back to that. Drums emulator PC is not particularly beefy. I think I think he's looking to maybe build a new one sometime. I mean, I think I remember when he built it. It was probably, I don't know, I was probably maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So it's getting a little old. I think he's got maybe like a GTX 1070 in it or something. I think an Intel processor of some kind.
So yesterday, I finally did it. Finally broke down and got Knack 2. I've been thinking about it definitely for a couple of years, I think, at this point. But GameStop had a online deal yesterday where you could get Knack 2 for $7.99.
New or used?
Used. But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, how heavily used do you think this game is?
Probably not very.
Yeah. So I did it.
But
$7.99 was the price for me.
You know, I think Knack 1 and 2 are both pretty okay games, and I will defend them.
Yeah.
I still haven't finished Knack 2 though, because like a year ago, you and I started co-oping it.
Right. It does not have online co-op.
No, I need to finish that.
Yeah. There was a $9.99 donation from
Alan Lopez. I do see that. Thank you. I could never get a picture as crisp as your setup with FrameMeister or OSSC. I use Pack-a-Punch SCART cables and just use downloaded presets. How can I get it as optimal as your setup? Well, I mean,
you should be getting just as good.
You should be getting about what we get. Yeah, I mean, the download profiles, if you use like the Firebrand X Pixel Purist ones on FrameMeister, I mean, that's what we use on FrameMeister. OSSC, Bob sometimes gives me a hard time not using the optimized profiles.
Yeah, you guys had a little talk about that. I mean, I think that's kind of a good, maybe you should explain that, because I agree with you. Like, one of the things I like about the OSSC is I don't feel like I need to load up profiles, because I'm content with how the generic looks.
Correct.
But there's a reason why you like to use the non-optimized ones, though. At least in our videos.
Yeah. So, as far as I can tell, when you do the optimized profiles, which is a good bit of work to dial it in. And I'm always paranoid, like, what if there's actually some flickering pixels I'm just not seeing? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And, of course, it's going to be different for, every system. In the case of Genesis, it's going to be different on a game-to-game basis, because you might have 256 wide games, 320 wide games.
Right. And I guess if there was settings or anything like that, you could have it detect, to load presets or something based on certain.
Well, of course it does. I mean, all you have to do is go into the settings for the OSSC and and say what you want on a per resolution basis. So
right.
you go in and you say, I want 4x for 240p. I want 4x for 480i. I want 2x for 480p. You know, just set all those, save it, and then all you do is flick it on. I think you can choose which input you want to be the default when you first turn it on.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
in my case, it's RGB. You save that, and you like never have to push any buttons on except changing the input. That's all you have to do. And the generic 4:3 sampling, I think works great for everything. And the reason I use the generic is because in my opinion, I don't think your aspect ratio is quite right when you use the optimized sampling profiles, because what that's doing is giving you hard edges. And there's only two ways you can get truly hard edges on pixel graphics. And that is correct aspect ratio at non-integer sizing, or integer sizing and not 100% correct aspect ratio, or cutting off some overscan. I mean, there are times where not having the correct aspect ratio actually works out pretty well. Say 320 pixel wide Genesis games or something like that. You know, especially 320 wide pixel games, not bad. But technically, those games still should be skinnier than that, and 256 games should be wider. And if you're using the optimized sampling, you know, that I love interpolation, because interpolation gives the impression of sharp pixels while actually technically being a little smooth. But like, look at this stream here. You look at the pixels here. Would you, from a normal sitting distance, would you look at that and say, "Oh man, I wish the horizontal axis were a little sharper"? No. You can't tell reasonably, you know? I mean, if you're like really zooming in, you can tell, but then you don't have the correct aspect ratio. So the generic gives you the correct aspect ratio, no funny business there, and it's ever so slightly smoothly interpolated, which is the best of both worlds. It looks sharp. I mean, if you really looked at it on a microscope, you'd see like, oh, there's a little smoothing between these pixel edges, but it's so slight.
Really quick, try pause it, because they're going to see a...
Okay, I see it. KD 937 with 1999. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeez.
Saying, I learned a lot from watching your videos, and they helped me develop an interest in RGB gaming. Thank you for all you do in the community. Well, thank you
for watching.
Thank you. Yes, very much. But yeah, well, there's a little RGB rant for you then.
But I mean, did you go in it like how that you like it because you like it because it looks like what you would get? Like what?
Right. I mean, yes, you could get the optimized settings on your TV. I saw someone saying the optimized settings don't work on every TV too, which is a good
Well, yeah,
point.
I mean, that's kind of the thing with me, is that like once you get into it, you have to optimize it for different TVs. But the problem is like those optimized settings for me will sometimes work with my capture card and maybe not my monitor, or maybe my monitor, but not my TV, or maybe you know, and not my capture card. So it's when I have like the setup that oh geez, there's no way I'm getting that. Or maybe I am. It becomes too challenging to get it to work with everything that I have running at any time. And then if I was to like create setups for each of those things, then there's each of those devices, and that's way too many presets.
Yeah.
They have to juggle.
Like the best thing about the OSSC is you just flick it on and you can turn a bunch of systems on and off without having to do anything. Like, I love that about it. Like, I mean, it's just, it's so simple to use. You know, the FrameMeister is very much worth loading the different profiles per system, I think. But the OSSC is so dead simple in that regard. And I love that. Scepter Sever says, you just sold me on generic 4.3. I'm done with settings. I mean, I can understand the appeal. It is a little bit more sharp, but realistically, are you going to notice that extra sharpness? I don't think so.
I mean, there's certainly a reason for it in terms of you know, stuff that like Bob does. Absolutely, like these like really hyper close up things, and not only that, but he's also using different
direct RGB capture.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I understand, like, a lot of like, there is definitely a place for that, where like, okay, maybe you're doing like a let's play channel or a long play channel or something, and it's like, and it's, I want the best possible capture. Right. I want the best capture. Us though, like, I feel like our perspective, what we're trying to convey is like, how is this going to look for playing your games? Like, if I was to make a video about optimal capture, that'd be one thing, but it's like, what does this look like on your TV when you're actually playing?
Right.
That's what I want to convey. And two, I feel like the interpolated horizontal axis, like, kind of just makes it look more like a real console, you know? Like if you have like an integer scaled horizontal axis, I feel like, or a non-integer scaled horizontal axis, to me that just makes it look like an emulator.
Yeah.
Like, it's much less common for emulation to have like the perfect aspect ratio with interpolation. So I feel like I feel like this adds an element of authenticity to the overall look. The only reason I'd change aspect ratios is circles, not sharpness. And that is a good reason to consider using the quote-unquote wrong aspect ratio for, you know, 320 pixel wide games. Absolutely. You know, just like, I'm pretty sure like Ultra HDMI, you know, is technically a square aspect ratio, but N64 is 320 pixels wide, and by and large, for whatever reason, circles tend to look a little oval at 4:3 for some reason, you know, in almost any 320 pixel wide game. That's just how it is. So there is an argument, I think, in using the wrong aspect ratio for those resolutions. But I still prefer, by and large, like if we're capturing the real console through the OSSC, I'll still use that sort of skinny aspect ratio for those games, just because my logic is you want the aspect ratio to be as similar to what it would be on a CRT as possible. For our purposes. For our presentations. The new Game Room tour will hopefully come later this year. It's possible I might consider doing it like between Analog Frontiers episodes at some point, but like in my head, I've been saying I'm going to wait until all 5 parts are out.
And to be clear, I mean, I think it's important to clear up the thoughts that some people might have is that there will not be as nearly the size of the gap in between 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, 3 and 4 and 4 and 5 as there was between 1 and 2.
Yes. 3 and 4 are going to be the longest episodes, but I'm still intending for the gap to be much shorter.
Yeah.
I just had a hard time just building up momentum on it. I just had a really hard time, and then like 3 weeks ago, it just clicked. The switch was flipped, and I was like in full focus mode. And I figured out like a much better way to basically what I'm going to do going forward for finishing Analog Frontiers. Like, I was so afraid of going into crunch mode on it that like I think it held back my progress. But before I continue, I'll say there was $2 from Aaron Welsh saying, just Coury jumping.
There's also a $2 donation from Container 7 that didn't have a message attached.
Well, thank you anyhow. Thank you. What was I about to go on a rant about? I was about to start one. What was it about? What was it about?
I don't know.
What was it about?
Not paying attention to the...
Oh, the crunch. Yes, the crunch. Like, I was just so afraid of it. I was just like, oh, I don't... And I think that held me back from, like, getting a whole lot done at all.
This is the guy I always would see him in photos.
Oh, he's on the box art.
Oh.
You know what his name is? It's actually on the name
Jim the water guy.
Jim the water guy. It's Neppy Nut.
Ooh.
You know why it's Neppy Nut? Because
Why?
it's Neptune backwards.
Because Neptune backwards?
Neppy Nut. Or not. It's Nep forwards and Tune backwards.
Why is it called Neptune?
Huh? Because he's in the water.
Oh. Okay.
Jim the water guy.
I don't know, they'll have like human names, like...
I mean, to be fair, like, that name somehow fits into this game. But anyway, like, so what I realized was, like, instead of, like, being afraid of, like, the crunch, I need to, like, instead of, like, the crunch being in control of me, I need to be in control of the crunch. And I'm going to say when like starting the project, and really I think this could be any project that I'm the editor on, I think I could use this approach where instead of, you know, trying to pretend that I can meet a quote unquote deadline and then just feeling guilty that I can't, I'm not going to try to make a deadline, but I'm going to admit that there will at some point probably be a crunch phase of this. And that starts at a certain date. Like I'm going to start and I'm going to say, okay, what's a reasonable amount of time to work on this project for quote unquote normal working hours, you know, where I quit, you know, 5:30, 6 o'clock at night. And I'm going, so it's going to be like, okay, like 3 weeks from now, I work on it as much as I can, but once, you know, I get to, you know, Monday the 22nd or whatever, like crunch begins and it continues until it's done. It is just full focus all the time until it's done. And I feel much better about that approach. It makes me feel like I know, I feel much more confident that progress will be made. So yeah, my process for Analog Frontiers Part 2 was unfortunately very. It was not very focused, and I just got that focus, and it was good. But now I've been focusing too hard for almost 3 weeks, and
well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and you know, like, and it is just like whatever works for you. But I do feel like if you just say, "Hey, I'm gonna work on this 9 to 5 every day," there would be no crunch because you'd just be making progress that would not require you to like have to crunch.
It's true, but what's the reality that I'm going to be able, the likelihood that I'm going to be able to get as much as I need to? I mean, you know, there
might be some crunch involved, but I mean, there is a lot of people out there that will say that crunch only exists because of mismanagement.
Oh well, sure, but I'm my own manager, and I'm bad at it.
Right, well then, okay. I mean,
I'm bad at it. I am. Like I have always been a procrastinator and just poor time manager. And like the stars have to align for me to focus on a task like I want to. And then once I do, like I am like laser focused on it.
Right, but then that ends up like basically burning you out by the time it's over.
Sure, but the idea.
But like I just feel like a more measured pace, and just like it might be more challenging to say, hey, I'm gonna change my habits to.
Well, sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like the idea here is to reduce the amount of crunch needed. Like it's not going to be. Ideally, going forward, it's not going to be what it has been on this project, because the idea is to just help myself have more focus during those normal hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is every video takes longer than we think it should.
Right. Well, I mean,
like we always say, like we never take as long as we think we should. Like we never do less than we think we should.
Right. But I mean, I guess.
So I guess my point is, at least for now, while I'm still working on Analog Frontiers, which is a massive project,
mm-hmm.
I don't think I should kid myself into thinking there could be a reality where it's not going to be really difficult to get the rest of these done. But we want to get them done sooner than later so we can move on with our life.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah. The idea is that like once it's over, then we're not going to have to. We won't have to worry about it because we're going to be working on episodes together.
Right.
Like we're not going to be one person is handling an episode while the other person doesn't do anything. I mean, I think that's going to be the.
But for now, like I just. You know, that is going to be the approach I have to take, because this just has to be, just get it done. It just has to get done. I mean,
right. I mean,
I think my life since we started shooting the first interviews.
Right. I mean, I think that you should just see like if you could make yourself work like 9 to 5 and see how much practice, like especially with like the workflow that you have now, just like apply that to what you're just apply that to like a 9 to 5 schedule and see.
I'm going to do that for like a month.
Bitch, get back here.
Once I start editing part 3, mm-hmm. like I'm going to work on 9 to 5 for a month. But like the idea is, wow, what if I'm lucky and actually finish it working normal hours for a month? I think the reality of that is extraordinarily slim. But I feel like knowing that, like, okay, like, you know, I gotta suck it up and finish it no matter where I'm at, starting in 4 weeks, right? I feel like that makes me feel much better about the whole thing, because it's just like this it's just this amorphous thing of like, oh gosh, when will it be done? I have no clue, you know? But that gives me confidence that like I can finish editing that. Like, if I make good progress in 4 weeks and then like have to crunch no more than 2 weeks, like I just feel better about that, because it just gives me this like sense of like, yes, it will get done, you know? Because sometimes it just feels so hopeless that it's just like, oh, it's going to take forever, you know? And that just gives me a more realistic idea of how long it's going to take, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, I don't know. I think you'd probably be surprised at the amount that you'll get done if you're just working.
Well, and I'm hoping to be surprised. I mean, I honestly, even though I've been crunching,
just like really, like when it comes down to it, you know, if you're saying like I'm gonna work on it 9 to 5 on these days, like really make that commitment. Really make that commitment to say like, hey, I'm gonna get up in the morning, I'm gonna take a shower, I'm gonna have breakfast, and then I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna work, I'm gonna take an hour for lunch, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna work 9 to 5. I'm gonna turn off social media and just work on it.
Yeah.
And just
I mean, the only thing I even open anymore is Discord, so.
Right, but I mean, just, you know.
Yeah, I feel, even though I'm tired at the end of this project, I feel I feel much better about my approach going forward and my ability to get things done. I think, you know, I was sort of degrading for a while there, and I just feel so much, I feel revived, and I feel confident about projects moving forward.
And the idea is that once it's all done, we're both working on the same episodes. And I think of the example I like to consider is the Castlevania episode that we did. I mean, that was like concept.
That was the prototype.
To release in 8 days. And if we can do that, like a 30-minute episode in 8 days to like that extent,
yeah.
I mean, I like the idea of being able to. I like the idea of being able to do these. Like, you know, some episodes will be a lot easier because they won't require nearly the amount that required.
Right.
And, you know, we get that done, and then we're ahead of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
Oh,
if we had 2 full weeks to have worked on that episode, it would not have been the crunch it was.
What?
And even though it was a crunch, like.
Right, but it was only a crunch because we decided to do it, and we wanted to release it in a specific time frame. And there was a $2 donation to you from Ben Brody. By the way, you have to get really mad at me. $2, but you gotta get really mad at me.
Oh, I didn't see it. Gosh dang nabbit, Coury! Why don't you know how to play Yoshi better? Concern it!
Get it together. But I mean, I think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be good once it's all done.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty confident in committing that episode 3 will release in August.
Okay.
I feel pretty confident saying that, because I'm just gonna make it happen. I feel so much better.
And I think the key to it.
Sometimes
I think what happened between 1 and 2 is like you had that momentum of finishing it. The reception was good. You were excited about it, and you waited way too long to like even look at it again.
Right. Well, no. Another major issue was after finishing part 1, I sort of undid part of my setup because I had a new idea about how to wire certain parts, and then like when it wasn't going to work exactly like I thought it would, like I was just kind of like, oh man, and then I kind of left it unfinished for an extended time. And that was very much in the way of getting everything I needed to do for part 2. And so that was like a big hurdle. But now things are great with the setup, and that's not going to have to happen. So there's that. And plus, I'll admit, like the onset of the whole pandemic situation and everything, like kind of was too distracting. Feeling like, oh my gosh, I gotta like pay attention to all this stuff going on more than usual, like that was a bit distracting. And I feel like sometimes I lose confidence in my ability to be productive, I guess. Sometimes I lose confidence in my efficiency.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I do all the time. I mean, I've felt that way like a lot through this whole
and
whole
I feel
thing.
like that makes me more inefficient.
Yeah, no, that happened with.
I feel like ever since like going gung ho on part 2, I'm like, you know what? This isn't that bad. I'm kind of having fun, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Like now I'm really tired. But for the most part, this has not been a bad process. So
yeah, I mean, I'm
feeling much more confident. Like part 3 is going to be out at some point in August, and then part 4 is going to be interesting. It's going to edit a little differently than the others.
Mm-hmm. Where am I going here? I guess I'm going back.
Like part 3 is going to rely part 4 is going to rely much more heavily on footage that we shot during the documentary process, during the shooting process. It will rely some on material I gather at home, but comparatively less. And something that I think will be an advantage on part 3, I think part 3 will be a lot more direct capture. Part 3, compared to part 1 even, has much less just gameplay footage. And I think, gameplay footage is easier to use, I think there's going to be a lot more of that because part 3 is less about the physical side of things, although there is a physical component to the hardware and the games that will play a role in part 3. It's still going to be heavy on the B-roll, but I think comparatively less heavy on the B-roll compared to part 2. Part 2 is, by the way, just to set expectations, like maybe 7-ish minutes shorter than part 1. So it's like 39-ish minutes, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's
still pretty beefy.
Yeah, I mean, consider this. That is the same length as a normal TV show on television.
And there's like a whole team behind it.
Bit spasm. We did that one a little bit earlier. I was like, come on, come on.
There's your rerun there. Yeah, like part 3 and 4 though, I think are going to be over an hour. I love the sound that these slimes make when they hit the ground. It's one of my favorite Super Nintendo sounds.
That's the same sound as like, isn't that the sound that Link makes when he goes through, like, wades through a little bit of water? Like
I don't think it's exactly the same.
Oh. This is a long. I sound like an angry New Yorker. Hey, I'm walking here.
I always think of the part in Ghostbusters 2 where Bill Murray like really plays up the accent when they're like doing the construction. They're like acting like the construction workers at the manhole. We got 2 reals from Eduardo de Oliveira. Thank you.
Thanks.
Saying from Brazil. Nice game, nice channel. Thank you.
How many people are we have watching, I wonder, tonight?
I'm sure Takashi Tezuka also thanks you for calling his game nice.
Nice. Oh, is this Fred the Frog?
it's Prince Froggy.
Oh.
This was always a fun twist. The way this fight plays out.
Oh, you gonna
look on Yoshi's face where he's like, wait a sec. I love how this fight also has like unique large Shy Guy sprites. They don't just like recycle the fat Shy Guy sprite. It's like normal Shy Guys.
Yeah.
This fight always makes me think of
it seems really easy. Do I just have to stand here and keep on doing this?
Did the drops never come from the middle? I guess they don't. Actually, it's kind of like that Ninja Gaiden 2, the second phase of the final battles, you know, with the dripping from the ceiling. Well, I was going to say is it makes me think of the first boss in the New Zealand story / Kiwi Craze. You're inside a whale. It's a very similar setup. Oh, 2 donations very suddenly. Thank you. Ben Brody. $5? $5? But you have to say it like Snake died and you're on a con for Metal Gear Solid 2! And then you also have to eat a cheeseburger with a fried egg on it or else. I actually had one of those. Before, I think I don't remember if I talked about it on the stream. I had one.
I think you mentioned it, but it's
you know, before quarantine at some point. And I said it was a very, very good burger, but I didn't feel like the egg added significantly to its very goodness. But I'd like to try again, you know, try from another place, you know. You know, I felt like the egg was a comparatively insignificant part of the burger. Like, if it
well, it is, basically.
Yeah, but like I almost feel like I wouldn't have even known it was there if I wasn't like looking for it. If I know it was supposed to be there, like I think I would have just like mistaken it for some cheese or something. Like it was very little. Like I had to think about like, do I taste an egg texture here? Yeah, I guess so.
You a big fan of eggs?
like eggs. Like I don't know, like if I'd say like I'm a big fan of just eggs, but they're good.
I'm a big fan. I like them. I mean, I could eat eggs all the time.
I like a good omelet. I mean, eggs are great and all kinds of stuff. I mean, eggs are good stuff.
Yeah.
Like boiled eggs, like I'll eat a boiled egg, but not amazing. There was also $2 from Hey You saying why is the player one screen set to off? I don't think it is. It's just that the on is kind of in the shadow. You can see that it's the dial is flipped up.
Well, that was a member sound. I was like, that's a Zelda sound in this. But that's actually coming from the stream. We got a new member. Welcome, Joe Smith.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
All right. I think what I'll do is I'll try to finish World 3, and then I'll probably call it a night. The worlds are a lot longer in this than I remember them being. When you say a boiled egg, you mean like a hard-boiled egg? I don't know if there's a difference. Oh. Whoops. I'm a big fan of making egg bakes, which are like, I use cupcake pans, and I put eggs and I just whip them up, put them in there with some sausage and some cheese, and then I put them in the oven for 15 minutes, and then I have them for breakfast. They're very good. Oh, I thought I killed that thing. There you go. This is the original Super Nintendo version. No. Ah! I can't believe I didn't die. I survived that. To 100% complete this, there's a lot of stuff you gotta do. You gotta get all the red coins and all that kind of stuff, right? And you gotta make it through without getting hit. Look at that. 2 hours and 20 minutes. I mean, that's pretty long.
That's pretty long.
The world record for beating this game is, or for 100% in this game is 2 hours and 20 minutes.
That is pretty long. I mean, I guess it's not very... I wonder how breakable it is.
I said I was going to finish up World 3.
Yeah. Well, I could be wrong, but I want to say the game only saves after 4th levels.
Really?
Yeah, I think it only saves after castles. I mean, I'm not positive. Maybe it's
Felipe, this is the first time I played through this version. I played through it on Game Boy Advance several years ago. But I mean, just in general, I mean, I think.
Someone asked a while ago, and I forgot to answer. Are there any advantages to the GBA version? And it does have 1 extra bonus level per world. This version has 1 bonus level, and that version has 2. Which is nice. I feel like the hate on the GBA version is a little overblown. I mean, it's a very competent port. I think it's a lot better than like the Mario World port. For the most part, I recall the general visual effects and things like that translating reasonably well. I mean, it's not as good as the Super Nintendo version on a technical level. Obviously the sound on GBA is never amazing, but I don't recall thinking that it sounded like the music was broken or anything. I think the hate of the GBA version mostly is rooted in the fact that Nintendo did not re-release this version of the game for so long until the Super Nintendo Classic Edition. They re-released the GBA version several times. You need to push a Chomp Rock down there.
Oh. I remember seeing it. The Chomp Rock. The Chomp Rock. I didn't really make out that they're chomps.
It's been a while since I played Mario Advance 2. I remember the color palette looking a little washed out. I remember Mario's clothes looking a little pink. I mean, obviously, they were still kind of trying to figure out how to optimize and balance the brightness on GBA games. You can stand on like an edge of it when it's like not moving. You can stand on edge and it'll roll.
That's all right. I'll just do it this way.
The Chomp Rock can kill you, by the way.
It can crush you.
Yeah, but it happens rarely, and I've never really understood the mechanics behind it, because sometimes it feels like it should get you, and it doesn't, and other times it's like, oh wow, hey, $10 from Vercarnists.
Thank you.
Saying MLiG saves lives. Any in real life code/secrets that either of you pros might suggest would help someone to rediscover a seemingly ever vanishing capacity for digital world immersion and all related rewards? I mean, earlier we were talking about how, we kind of like to, part of the reason we kind of like to limit what we play to what we actually own, is just to kind of give you that focus of like, okay, to whittle it down, to not have, access to all the games as, ROMs, spending money on a game, I feel, motivates you to play it. I don't really know if that's what you're getting. When you say vanishing capacity, do you mean like you have less time, or just like less mental bandwidth to apply to it?
I talked about it in the Discord a couple of days ago, where I was just talking about we were talking about the backloggery and how that has really made the way I play games. It changed the way I play games for the better back when I first discovered it, because it made me basically say, you know, if I'm going to play a game, I'm going to commit to playing this game and play all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
And once you start something, you know, you finish the games you start. I thought I was supposed to drop out there. Whatever, I guess.
There was another switch.
I did not. I missed it.
There was the second switch, yeah.
Whatever. But I think it's important to say when you decide to play a game, say I'm gonna play this game. I'm gonna play this game until I finish it, and I'm gonna commit to it, because I think a lot of people get overwhelmed by the amount of games they have, because you know they start a game and then they move on from it immediately or whatever, and you just gotta resolve to say, like, I'm gonna stick with this one till I finish it.
And of course, every once in a while, you'll play a game that's just like, man, like I am just not getting much out of this. That's okay.
There's something I heard recently that said playing a game for the second time is always better than playing it for the first. When you have played through a game and you know how to play it,
mm-hmm. Yeah,
it can be argued that, like, you know, then you're playing the game for real then.
Right. I can understand that. Well, I mean, it very much goes into how I've said, like, I enjoy Donkey Kong Country more than Yoshi's Island. Even though Yoshi's Island is a masterpiece, it's not as enjoyable on replays. Whereas I feel like replaying Donkey Kong Country, any of the Donkey Kong Country games, just feels so good because the mechanics and the momentum of those games and the level design just like has this flow to it, which I think is what like big Sonic fans get out of Sonic, but like I've just never gelled with Sonic in the same way.
You know, what can I say? I'm sorry that it is annoying you, but I'm a human playing this game for the first time in many years.
Is it annoying you because he doesn't know where he's going, or he's missing secrets? Oh no. Whoa.
What?
I just noticed in the main room, when you're at the very top of the screen in the black shadows, you can see some outlines of windows.
Oh yeah.
I must be behind because you're nowhere near up there.
Where am I going? Can you
But
tell me where I'm supposed to go?
Oh yeah, they're like, and then you see like a starry sky outside. Like, where is this place? This is a very mysterious environment. I never noticed those windows before. Very subtle. You need to get a key, and then you need to land on that mushroom that has the lock.
Well, I know that, but I don't know where to get the key.
I don't remember. This is one of the more maze-like levels. Like I say, it's always light blue Yoshi and brown Yoshi that get stuck with like the dirty.
I bet I gotta do something with that.
The cave levels.
Okay.
Oh, hey, we got Matt from Insurrection Industries in the chat. We are well. Hope you are as well. Matt, you will you'll see a decent bit of your lab in Analog Frontiers Part 2. All that footage we shot with Steve there. That turned out to be invaluable. I wish Steve could have played a bigger role in the series, but you know, it's just we met him too late to really integrate him into the storyline. But boy, he's in the B-roll a lot. I have this. I don't think it was Steve's desoldering gun. I think it was Matt's. There's this cool shot where he opens it up and like pulls out this thing to look at. And I do this like zoom in on it. I'm just like setting up the shot, but like it's fun to have like moments like that are more like loose camera movement that like feels more like natural fly on a wall.
So now I'm back here. This is not where I need to go.
I see Matt says he's coming back to deliver another monitor. That's exciting.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go. Maybe you should get whatever more B-roll you need.
We also got $5 from carboxylated. I guess that's like carbonated, except in a box. I don't know. Saying nerd question alert.
There it is. And I'm gonna die.
Been a fan for a long time of you two. Much love. Question: what's the source of gameplay capture? HDMI modded original SNES or emulation? No, this is just a straight up stock one chip Super Nintendo. That means it's a Super Nintendo that came out sometime in 1995 or later. Not all 1995 Super Nintendos are one chips, but it's RGB output to an open source scan converter. It's a totally unmodified system. There is no RGB mod.
Oh, I see it. Nintendo. How do I get there now?
But yeah, the one-chip consoles have sharper video output. Although technically their video levels are a little too bright. You can get a mod to bring the video levels back in line. But this system is unmodified, but it's very sharp. But yeah, there is no Super Nintendo RGB mod. I don't know if that's something we might see in the future. You know, I'm kind of worried if like the last like quarter of Analog Frontiers might be a little Nintendo heavy, because like there's like not a lot of interesting PlayStation mods, especially in the video quality arena, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, obviously Dan and Christoph are working on it. But, you know, it's not out yet. So, like, the last part of the video is, like, very light on PlayStation stuff. Like, I tried to sneak in Sega stuff, a lot of Turbo with the mods and stuff. Oh, we got $24.99. Thank you, Matt. Saying this is pizza money from MLiG. for the next time Try comes to visit. Sorry we starved you for lunch. well, thank you. When me and Steve were over at the Insurrection Industries household, we were just like so focused on Steve was so focused on recapping his 20 M2 MDU, and I was so focused on gathering B-roll that we just didn't eat any lunch. And when Matt's wife came home, she's like, "You haven't fed them? You're a bad host." Well, like, we didn't have time to eat anyway. Like, when I am in like video shooting mode, like deep, like on-site shooting, like shooting at home is different, but if I'm like out shooting a video, like I just like it feels like all bodily functions cease. I don't get hungry. I don't have to go to the bathroom. I'm just focused on getting what I need, you know? And then when I'm done, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm hungry. Oh my gosh, I gotta pee. But like, I just like don't, I just focus on it. Oh, we got $2 from Vercarnist again, saying thank you both. 100% helpful. Less than 50 words equals hard. I didn't know there was a limit. Is that the limit to what? I mean, I guess obviously there has to be a limit. But I didn't know what the limit was for the super chat, I guess. Matt, have you and your boys gone through Yoshi's Island yet? I think that would be a pretty good pick for y'all.
There it is. What are the crabs' name? Coury Crab?
I feel like I used to know. $2 donations are limited to 50 characters. I see. Ooh, Bitspasm has a really good question that Coury would have a much easier time answering than me. Saying, what's the ranking of the original 4 Outrun tunes?
Well, Splash Wave is definitely number 1. What is it? Magical Sound Shower, I would say, is number 2. Passing Breeze is 3. And the 4th one is the one that I'm not super familiar with. This one is, unless you're talking about Last Wave from like the ending, or from the ranking screen. But there's another one, and I don't really know it too well. So I put that last.
I feel like Splash Wave is the only one I know really well, but I like the others.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just I haven't played Outrun like nearly as much as I would like to have, so I've just not built up a lot of familiarity with the other tunes. one of the modern versions of Splash Wave uses a bit of background music in Analog Frontiers Part 2.
Oh, excellent. I mean,
in 2006,
it's
on 2000 Coast to Coast.
It's interesting because I think that Splash Wave was for the longest time the only one that I really liked a lot, but over the last couple of years, I think maybe like since like starting the channel, I've come to appreciate the other ones a lot more.
There's a Outrun inspired mini game in Danganronpa V3, and it uses a tune that sounds a lot like those catfish are horrifying, but like they will straight up eat you. You're dead. The tune in it is very parts of it are very similar to one of the actual Outrun tunes, and I can't remember which one it is, but I really like that one too. Oh, it's not popping all the balloons, it's finding the star.
Right.
It just happened to be the last one, and that's why you were like, how did I win? I forgot that's how it worked.
His face when you kill him. He's like, oh.
I think it's only temporary though.
Yeah.
I think he comes back up. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Hattori Hanzo II is saying, "Are you guys going to play the new Bloodstained in a couple of weeks?" What?
The Curse of the
dark
Moon.
about something?
What?
Am I in the dark about something?
I guess so. I mean, they announced Curse of the Moon 2 is out like in July.
What? I did not hear about this. I wonder if the inevitable limited run will have another Tom Du Bois cover.
Probably
for the collector's edition.
I could see the uneven pixel shimmer though in the trailer.
Oh really? Wow.
Kind of. I mean, you can see.
How does Inti Creates keep doing that? Like, you know, I love them, but their whole shtick is 2D games, and why do they do that?
Do I really have 50 lives?
It's pretty easy to get lives in this game. You started Bloodstained, but you didn't.
I know. I need to go back to.
You need to restart it.
Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, like, I mean, that's actually one that I have started, and I don't think I ever marked it on my back library as started, so that I forgot that I had started it.
Well, I think you got busy, and you should restart that very soon.
Oh yeah, I mean that is absolutely the idea.
I really like that.
It looks so sad when I pushed him back like that. Uh-oh.
I feel like the boss of this level, like as a kid, was like when I was first like, ooh, this is kind of hard. Like, I couldn't figure out how to beat him at first. Like, especially at the time this came out, like it got very creative with its boss designs. And like nowadays, like a lot of the ways that you fight the bosses are kind of obvious. But I feel like at the time, a lot of it wasn't so obvious. Like the boss of World 4, I was stuck on him for some number of days because like he's a giant Koopa Troopa and you throw eggs at his beak and he topples over, and then you have to ground pound his belly, which is like so standard now, right? Like ground pounding a toppled enemy, like, duh, right? But like I'd never seen that before, and honestly, I can't think off the top of my head of a game before this that had a boss that you fight in such a way.
Oh, I don't know.
So like it never occurred to me that like once he was toppled over, like ground pound. Like I was like legit thinking like, is there something wrong with my game? Like, why is this boss never die? I keep knocking him down. Oh, can you kill Naval Piranha before he actually transforms? I feel like I may have seen that before. Is that a speedrunning trick? The version of the boss music though, this boss, Naval Piranha, and Raphael the Raven both have kind of unique versions of the boss theme. Like it's the same theme, but it's gotten an extended intro. I always thought it was really cool.
Oh, come on.
This game is definitely one of Koji Kondo's best, I think.
No.
Possibly his best.
Oh, come on. There it is.
Oh, did you die?
Yeah.
What happened? You gotta they get up those ghosts that like you have to like throw eggs at. They grow back really quickly, and the ones that are in the tubes and that big one there, they grow back really quickly if you don't get them all the way down. Like if you get them all the way down to where they make that sad face, then it takes them longer to get back up, so they're safer to jump over.
Come on, get up. It's really obnoxious.
Oh, killing the piranha plant ahead of time is programmed to the game because Kamek says, "Oh my," if you do. That's funny. I don't think I knew that. This is the level where you really have to learn, you know, your ricochet angles.
I feel like I was doing pretty good.
Right, but this is, well, you are improving, but I mean this is definitely the do or die level on that. Which you know, the first time I played this game, you know, I didn't really understand it very well until this level kind of forces you to learn it.
There you go. I can just kind of cheese that. Oh, there's no checkpoint right before the boss.
There might be one in the chamber? I forget. I like how the boss fights have like a lead up to them, you know?
Yeah. So it's possible to kill that thing before?
I guess. I've never tried it. Like, I guess before you're closed into the room. I love the intro part of this music, though. Slow coming out of the water. Oh, hey! Hey, Epos Vox. Oh, Vox donated $2.50 saying, hey, you guys! Well, thank you. Hello to you, too. Yeah, the vibe of Yoshi's Crafted World is very different. I mean, part of me almost wonders how much more I would like the game if the music were different.
Is the music not good? Because the music in Woolly World was like one of the best parts.
Oh, the music in Woolly World is excellent. I mean, this and Woolly World are actually the only Yoshi sequels to have music that is even good. like DS, New Island, and Crafted World all have music that is maybe bad.
So how do I hit his stomach there? Do I gotta do it on the wall?
Well, you gotta bounce it off a wall.
Right.
But I think like the tips of the other piranha plants might be able to block it, but I don't think the vines do. I forget.
I mean, that's not that tough.
I wouldn't say I'm more excited for one next-gen console over the other. I mean...
That's it? It only takes 3 hits?
Yeah, every boss is only 3 hits, except Bowser.
I think the thing I was inside...
Well, okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. They're not all 3 hits. Like, I suspect I'm going... You know, if things pan out the way people assume, I'm guessing Series X multi-platform games will probably be better. I'm more excited about the backwards compatibility features of the Series X than the PS5. I mean, we don't know that much about PS5 on that anyway, but I'm not expecting it to be amazing in the backwards compatibility department beyond, you know, basic PS4 support. But like if Ratchet and Clank is a launch game, like I'm definitely going to prioritize PS5 over Series X and then probably get Series X early next year. But I'd like to get both at launch. It just depends on how costly it's feeling at the time, I guess. But I would like to get both at launch, but we'll see. We got $2 from Ben Brody saying, I like to eat my steaks rare. How about you guys?
I like medium well.
I've got a bit of a heathen opinion here. I like well done. Like
burnt to a crisp.
Not burnt to a crisp necessarily, although I like the cooked taste. I like the taste of.
Yeah, I'm that. I like the cooked taste. It's funny because if things ever get burnt in the house, like everyone knows to just come to me because I like eating burnt things. It's probably gross, but to some people,
I mean, I feel like the slight cooked taste like adds a little flavor, whereas like I've never tasted like what is so great about not fully cooked. Like it's never like it doesn't taste like anything special to me.
Well, I mean, maybe you just haven't had the right one.
Like, I mean, I used to like not eat anything if it had pink in it. Like, but I'll if there's a little pink, I'll eat it. Whatever. I'll always ask for well done, but if there's a little pink in a burger or a steak or whatever. But it's just that pink doesn't do anything for me. But one time there was some that was just like you just like pushed the fork down into it and it just oozed the blood. It was horrifying. We were both heathens, reported to YouTube. I mean, hey, at least Coury said medium well, right? I am not a steak aficionado. I like steak a lot, but like I would never pay for a steak at a restaurant. Like like obviously I am not a connoisseur of steaks. So it wouldn't be it'd be wasted on me. Breath of the Wild donated $2 Canadian. Thank you. Saying Sony is for the shareholders, buy the Xbox Series X. I mean, who knows? It does, the presentation on PS5 feels maybe more sterile and produced at this point, I guess. I mean, Series X, Microsoft spent this generation building up goodwill, building up good features like backwards compatibility and stuff. So I do think that Microsoft is doing a lot of really cool things, but it remains to be seen if their first party studios are going to, obviously they were weak in the one generation because they kind of abandoned the whole idea at one point. And Sony, has always been really good on the first party side. So we'll see. But I think I said on the stream a while back that my favorite meal at Texas Roadhouse are the pork chops, because you can get a meal that's 2 pork chops for less than a steak, and it's really, really good. And like your pork chops is a hunk of meat that tastes really good, and your steak is a hunk of meat that also tastes really good, but it's more expensive and you get less of it. That's always the problem I've had with steak, is that the quantity of meat feels reduced. It's so expensive.
Okay, I'm trying something real quick.
I like to have some quantity if I'm going to be putting down that kind of money.
Hold on a minute. I'm trying something real quick.
Oh my gosh, it's almost 1.
I know it is. I'm just going to see if I can mess around with this real quick.
Well, the aspect ratio is weird because you were streaming 4:30.
Yeah, I fixed it. Hang on.
Oh, are you playing you're on PSP?
Yes. There is a new...
actual PSP.
Yes, there is a new firmware that came out for the PSP that has like an advanced timing mode specifically for
oh, you mean
PSP.
a new firmware for the OSSC?
Yes. And I want to see what it looks like, because someone was saying that you can get full screen, you know, and it's like pixel perfect.
Wow.
Of PSP. So
that's pretty awesome.
So I don't really know how to do it. No, not new PSP firmware, new OSSC firmware.
There was a comment on the sharp scale video that I thought was funny that just said Sony will release a patch or Sony will release a firmware that will patch out all hacks. And it's just like I read it as a tone of your day of reckoning is coming.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. Oh, Matt Buxton was saying he was having issues with the OSSC, the PSP sizing on a LG TV.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't really know.
Oh, we got a random $2 from Container 7.
Thank you.
No
I
message.
Just see if I can figure out how to do it. I'm not. So I need the what is it? 480 by 2. I thought I was on it.
We got $5 from David Shear. Thank you. Saying looking forward to the videos this week. That's right. Videos. 2 videos. We're going to release that Evercade video, and then just a day or 2 later, Analog Frontiers Part 2 will come out. Look forward to it, everyone. Also, looked like Coury wasn't freezing aim in the last level with R on the ricochets. Does he know? I told him about freezing the cursor, but I don't know. Maybe he forgot. Or maybe he was just trying to be hasty.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if I need to.
It doesn't look like anything's changing.
I know. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm trying to get to like the.
Well, are you sure you're supposed to say 4:3 for the? I mean, I assume you're probably supposed to set the PSP to widescreen. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really read about it.
I just do it because of the layout there. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but it might not look correct if.
I will change it when I figure out. I'm not seeing anything change. I will change it when. So if I. I'm just like. So, I mean, at 40p, so I need pass-through for it, I assume. But I thought it would be like... Is that line 2x? No.
Is there not? Is there? I mean, I can't see the full menu there. Like, is it
Oh wait,
a separate?
Is this it? Is this it right here?
It's got to be a separate thing, like
right
the GBI one.
There's a oh wait, there we go. There we go. PSP 40p in sampler. PSP 480 by 272. Oh, maybe I gotta do not do 2x scaling. And do pass through, maybe.
Can't detect PSP input?
You can change it in the sampler, it looks like.
Right, but do you have to choose it like manually? Or does it detect PSP input? Sandy's at my parents' house this week.
Oh well, you know what? It's gonna
entertain while I.
The reason that's happening is because this is gonna happen because the menu is always full screen. So let me go into a game.
Oh right. Yeah, Sandy was getting pretty bored with me, so she's being entertained at my parents' house while I put everything into finishing Analog Frontiers Part 2. Oh, so close.
Let's see how this looks now.
Is Mega Man Powered Up your favorite PSP game?
No.
No?
No, but it's a very clean looking game.
Mega Man Powered Up!
What is your favorite PSP? You should open up the other view mode. You should open up the widescreen so we can actually see. Oh, that guy has become a member.
Oh, you talk about that guy?
That guy, yeah.
Oh,
So do you have to on your TV? Do you have to manually tell it to stretch or no?
maybe it's because I'm set to 4.3. No, I'm not set to 4.3. I think I switched back to 16.9. Let's see what happens here.
You might just have to manually stretch it in OBS because it might be detecting it as 4.3. You know, it might be very similar to, you know.
Yeah. No, TV type, that's correct. Sorry, I'm fumbling around here, everybody. Probably my favorite game on the system though is probably Ease 3.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You know, something I gotta say surprised me in the video. You know, I hadn't really looked at the PSP versions of, like, you know, Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 4 in a long time. They're not as good looking as I remembered.
Yeah,
you know?
a little bit. Yeah.
They're a little cheaper looking than I remembered. Like, in my mind, they were always a very tasteful up-resing of the Super Nintendo sprites and backgrounds, you know, as opposed to the mobile phone versions. But, like, now, kind of with, like, hindsight, looking back at them, like I almost see them as like a midway point on that evolution toward the horrible smartphone look.
So this, I don't know why it's not showing up correctly in OBS.
I think it's just because it detects it the same.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. There we go.
Did you have to disable it and re-enable it?
No, but
On my Magewell, if I don't disable it and then re-enable it, then it like won't detect like a new resolution. You know, I gotta say, this game too, when I saw it in the sharp scale video, I'm like, oh, this is kind of cheap looking too. But it's still probably the best looking version of these 1 and 2. I mean, I was recording from the PC Engine one earlier today. It's not a great looking game.
it's the sampling phase I gotta adjust. I think I can get it to look nicer here. Yeah, there's like now it's getting a little crisper.
See, when you're optimizing it though, I'm so scared of having like a column of flickering pixels that I don't notice and then I've recorded it.
I mean, certain things need to be optimized. Like the 3DO needs to be optimized. Russ,
why?
Because it looks kind of soft. I mean, it looks like pretty soft. Without, and the OSSC has a hard time locking onto it anyways. I mean, it looks pretty good. I don't know if I can mess with the.
I wonder if like some of the flaws in the PSP video signal are less noticeable. Like sometimes there's almost like a dithering look to the output. I don't know if it's inherent to the system or a cable issue. I mean, the PSP video output, it always looks a little soft and a little dithered. Like even if you're playing on a CRT and playing like a PS1 classic, they'll do, you know, native 240p output. Like there's like sort of some dithering, a weird sort of dithering. It's different looking. That well, there was briefly an HDCP.
I know. I don't know where that was coming from. I never even seen that font before, like that graphic.
I think adjusting the sample rate is just like confusing the heck out of it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if I can make it look any more clear than it is. You can kind of see I'm losing the images going way to the left. I mean, I'm sure these things can be dialed in.
You know, I like the Rondo of Blood remake. I mean, I like the original more, but the remake is still very good.
I mean, a lot of the stuff I don't really know anything about here, like the different, like back porch and all that stuff. I'm just, like, I just don't understand it.
been very dropped $5 with a. It's been a while since we have a $75 million question. 75 million, but every time you have gas, you have to call your mother and tell her what I assume what you ate and what it smelled like. If she hangs up, you have to call back. Absolutely, I'd take that. I mean,
you just explain it to her beforehand.
Yeah, I'd take that. That's a no-brainer.
I mean, I'm sure there's ways to dial this in even better.
But see, like, all that OSSC tinkering doesn't really appeal to me, you know?
Well, I mean, I understand that, but certain things need to be tinkered. Like I mentioned the 3DO, and like it just certain things have to be tinkered and just to work. Period.
Well, I'll install this.
That's where what I feel is like the real benefit of the profiles, because then I have the profile for this guy right here. I have the profile for the 3DO because the 3DO quality it doesn't look very good, or sometimes it just won't even work without tinkering with the settings. And those are the settings that Dan gave me and said, hey, you should use
you have
these.
To tweak it though, because isn't it a little different, like depending on you're running through a switcher and this or that?
No, I mean it worked with everything. So I think that in terms of things, I want to see if there's any settings for the PSP here. Let me just. I'm just gonna see if I can find any quick before I die here. I just want to see what people are saying for PSP, if anything is even listed for it yet. Oh, here's a dedicated page for PSP. There are two separate profiles to use with PSP. The PSP is system menu and other non-game content, either 720 by 480, 720 by 480 screen areas used. In games, the 720 by 480 screen is letterbox spruce, a 480 by 272 active region. I'm going to configure the OSC treat points of the letterbox as off screen, effectively zooming the image. Okay, so people are saying, 480p for letterbox gaming, for game content running.
Group is I do like strategy RPGs. I don't maybe play as many as I could, but I like Fire Emblem. I guess you wouldn't consider Advance Wars a strategy RPG, but yeah, I like Fire Emblem. I mean, I like the Final Fantasy Tactics Advance games. Okay. Why is my phone talking to me? I like the Final Fantasy Tactics Advance games. I don't like the original. I've tried so many times to get into the original, and it just does not. I know that one people love, but something about it, I just could never get into it. But Fire Emblem, definitely my favorite in that realm. I like Fire Emblem 7. That's the first one that came out here. I love that one. Sacred Stones, okay. More forgettable, but it's good. Path of Radiance.
Oh, shoot.
Very, very good. Love it. Radiant Dawn. Good, but extremely hard. I thought it was the hardest one I've played so far. Didn't like the DS ones. Awakening, very, very good. Fate's a lot of fun to play, but the story is so dumb. And I have not yet played Echoes or Three Houses. but looking forward to it. I've played Shining Force 1, and I liked it. I haven't played 2. I hated Arc the Lad 2.
All right, almost done. Let's see here.
I'm kind of hungry for some reason.
It's a sampling phase. This I'm just going to base it on what this first says. 292.
Jeez, Path of Radiance is $200. That is a shame. I got that game day one.
I wonder if
Got it day one.
I messed up everything. I almost feel like I should reset them. Let me just reset it really quick, and I know that it's getting late. Let's reset those settings and see if we can do here. Okay.
Oh man, I need a good night's sleep tonight. I've sort of fallen just shy of my preferred amount of sleep the past 3 nights. I'm ready to sleep. And finish Analog Frontiers tomorrow afternoon. It should be basically finished. Might need to do a few little polishing things on Tuesday to get it ready, but basically.
Okay, HVAC porch, 176. So I guess I was pretty close there.
Speaking of Shining Force, I should look up what the Japanese version of Shining Force 2.
Oh, is that what you want to get for it? I mean, is the US version expensive?
Yeah, it's pretty expensive. I'd never thought of it, but it's like, if I stick with learning Japanese, maybe playing the Japanese version could be feasible. Wow. It's only $30. That's pretty awesome. I should get that.
So you use the
And
reverse
you have
LPF
versions of the
set to
cardboard
3.
box too, so
Well, what does everybody think about it? Does that look good? I don't know. I don't think it looks as good as the sharp scale.
well, I'll have to play with it sometime.
Yeah, the output saying to scale it wrong. No, I mean it's. I mean, I don't. It's 40p. Doubled, but I mean it's. Strike, and you want to hum the Zelda Overworld theme?
$2, but you have to hum the Zelda Overworld theme. Da na da na 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 na. Da-dum, ba-da-dum, 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 ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-dum, dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, dum. Ba-dum, da-dum, dum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum. Da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum,
All
bum.
right. Okay. So you're saying instead of generic, let me see here. What is it?
That would have got Sandy barking if she were here tonight.
But I'm.
Oh, we got $3 donated
Oh, here we
from the Mincium. Thank you. $3, but try does not sing anything ever again. I'll take that. Unless someone ups, so someone overrules your $3.
Okay, so I found I had the line X set to 320 by 240 instead of generic 4.3. Cause some issues. I mean, it doesn't look like it hasn't done anything.
Oh man, in perfect timing with the Wind Waker opening. Wow. I guess I just have that skill. That one's a little slower. It doesn't start off like a doom 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 doom.
All right, I'm about ready to call it.
How's it 120?
I don't know. I do not know. All right, I guess that's enough. I'll mess with it another time. I just thought it'd be fun to mess around with it. Sorry, it was ultimately fruitless, but it is what it is. Anyways, thanks to everybody who hung out tonight. It was great. It was great having you, and thanks for watching.
Yeah, thanks.
And look for two videos this week. On which day is
Which
that?
is Analog Frontiers Part 2. Woo!
Yep. Anyways, thanks to everybody who donated and hung out, and we'll see you soon. Have a great night.
Good night.